Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the November 18th and 19th meeting of the Instructional Quality Commission. Acting Chair Munoz, will you please call the meeting to order?
Good morning, everybody. I call this meeting to order. Denise, can you please conduct a roll call?
Acting Chair Munoz. Commissioner Andre.
Here.
Commissioner Estorga Almanza.
Here.
Commissioner Chapman. Present. Commissioner Costa Hernandez.
Here.
Commissioner Fairchild.
Present.
Commissioner Friedman.
Here.
Commissioner Gotanda.
Here.
Commissioner Jarvis.
Present.
Commissioner Pantai.
Here.
Commissioner Renteria.
Here.
Commissioner Rustin.
Here.
Commissioner Tonkovich.
Present.
Commissioner Williamson.
Here.
Commissioner Young.
Here.
Student Member Howard.
Here.
Assembly Member Weber.
Here.
Senator Allen.
Here.
State Board Member Rucker. State Board Member Strauss.
Here.
State Board Member Glover Woods.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay. I will hand over the meeting now to Executive Director Coates for an update of yesterday.
Thank you so much. So we have quite the day ahead of us. So let us just take one quick moment to remember why we are here, and that is for the students of California, and to lift up the voices of the historically marginalized whose stories have gone untold. We are here to provide a guide for local educational agencies that is aligned with the statute and the State Board of Education guidelines that can be used as they design their own ethnic studies courses. Yesterday, we heard from State Superintendent Tony Thurmond, many guest speakers, including Luis Alejo, the author of AB 2016. And he urged us to move forward, continue on the path, and encouraged us that we are taking the right approach to this work. Additionally, we thank the members of the public for being engaged in this work, whether it be the written comments or the verbal comments we heard yesterday. I am encouraged by the discussion and progress yesterday, and am confident in this advisory committee's ability to deliberate and act today to move the model curriculum forward. I will turn it over to Commissioner Rustin so that we may begin.
All right. Good morning, everybody. I call to order the History Social Science SMC. The members of the History Social Science SMC are myself, SMC Chair Rustin, Vice Chair Munoz, Commissioner Friedman, Commissioner Gotanda, Commissioner Howard, Commissioner Costa Hernandez, Commissioner Pantai, and Commissioner Williamson, as well as Senator Allen. Seaford staff to the History Social Science SMC are Cliff Rudnick, Administrator, and Ken McDonald, Consultant. We will use attachments C and D as our guide. Attachment C has all of the proposed line edits from the public comment and the CDE's recommendations listed in order that they appear in the document. Attachment D has all of the submitted lesson plans. We will go through attachment C section by section, starting with the preface, chapter 1, chapter 2, etc. If commissioners would like to add any further edits that are aligned to the statute and SBE guidelines, they can do so when they get to the appropriate points where that edit would be included. Prior to the discussion of each section, Executive Director Coates will provide us with information for that section. On each section, I will ask members of the SMC whether there are any edits that are aligned with statute and SBE guidelines on that section that they would like to recommend to the full commission. If at all possible, please provide your suggestions in page order. Next, I will ask any commissioners, including those not on the SMC, if there are any edits or any additional edits that they would like to suggest for that section. In both cases, commissioners wishing to nominate an edit must use the raise hand feature on Zoom, and I will acknowledge you. The staff will highlight the nominated edits in green, and as we make them and add in and highlight any additional nominated edits. The document that we are highlighting is publicly available at https://bit.ly/item 8A_attach CD. Then I will ask the SBE liaisons if there are any comments they would like to make. Once all nominations have been made once all nominations have been made, for that I will ask staff to summarize the nominated edits and call for line edit decisions on those edits. Line edit decisions are to indicate whether a majority of SMC and the commissioners agree with the nominated edits at this time. Majority is half plus one. There are 9 SMC members present, therefore SMC majority is reached when there are 5 members in agreement. There are 18 commissioners present, therefore commission majority is reached when there are 10 commissioners in agreement. Prior to the line edit decision, if any commissioner disagrees with any of the nominated edits on that section, they should say so and we will discuss and do a line edit decision on those items separately. Otherwise, we will do a line edit decision for each group of nominated edits for the section or pages we are on as a whole. The first line edit decision will be conducted by the members of the SMC by raising the hand on Zoom. Once the SMC has completed line edit decisions on all nominated edits in that section, including those to be checked separately, we will ask the full commission to participate in selected line edit decisions for the section. This will not only provide valuable feedback to the SMC regarding the full commission's position before it makes a final vote to recommend a revised draft to the full commission, but will also hopefully allow for a much more focused and efficient consideration of the document by the full commission. Any nominated edits that do not achieve majority in the SMC will be highlighted red. Nominated items that achieve majority in the SMC but that lack a majority among the full commission at this time will be highlighted yellow. They will be considered temporarily passed by the SMC leading up to the SMC's official vote to forward the revised document to the full commission, but are highlighted yellow for informational and tracking purposes as the document moves to the full IQC. The SMC's official vote to move the document forward to the full commission will take place in item 5. Do note that this attachment has a lot of pages, so we will need to move swiftly. Are there any questions about this process? If so, please raise your hand on Zoom. All right. So yesterday we left off right after the first section on chapter 1, so we are going to begin there. So that means we are...
There we go.
Sorry, I was muted. I don't know if that was on purpose. So right now we're going to take up the rest of chapter 1, and we are specifically looking at edits number 41 through 67. All right, so are there any edits that the members of the SMC would like to nominate to move forward on chapter 1, pages 8 through 15 in the chapter, which is pages 17 through 25 in attachment C? Again, this portion takes us through the end of the chapter, so we are talking about edits number 41 through 67. I see a hand from Senator Allen.
Okay, I would like to move that we accept the CD recommendations. The one thing that I do think we ought to do, given all the public comment, and I think, as you know, I've been pretty deferential to the CDE recommendation so far, but I do believe that that item 44 we ought to adopt. It's the one that adds in racist, bigoted, so the line challenge racist, bigoted, discriminatory, imperial colonial beliefs and practices on multiple levels. Given the comments that we had about the guiding principles, this seems to be a reasonable edit to the guiding principles in a way that I think is very much in line with the spirit of what we're trying to do. So my recommendation is that we adopt the CD recommendations, but we also adopt number 44.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, you want to move forward all of these CDE recommendations in addition to the full item 44, or are you saying that part of 44, the racist, bigoted, discriminatory part of it?
Well, I would say all of 44, just because the only thing, so 44 doesn't impact, all it does, it edits numbers 5 and 6. So it's the racist, bigoted, and then the, conceptualize, imagine, build new possibilities. Yeah, so 5 and 6 is what it ultimately edits. The other ones it doesn't change. I don't believe, or maybe it's like a very small change. Holistic humanization, critical consciousness. I think that's all fine. So yeah, I would recommend all of 44. If people want to pick it apart, we could talk about that. But I'm comfortable with all of 44, and I would recommend that we adopt it.
All right. Just to be clear, I believe number 44 also takes out original guiding principle number 7, unless it just happened to leave it out of of the chart.
Oh, you know what it does? It combines 6 and 7 into 6.
Okay.
So yes, good point. But it combines them.
I see a hand from Commissioner Friedman. Commissioner Friedman?
Oh, sorry. I was going to say that I seconded. I agree with that recommendation.
I see a hand from Commissioner Gotanda.
Thank you, Commissioner Reston. So I'm not going to talk about 44. I'd like to talk about 60. So the CDE recommendation has 2 possibilities. There's the top and then an or. I would like to recommend the bottom one.
Okay, so number 60, you'd like to move forward, and the option that you would like to go with is the bottom one.
Correct.
I second that.
All right. As for taking it from the top, item 42, I'm definitely for moving forward all of these CDE recommendations. There are, I think, 1 or 2 just small things that I would like to consider for to just enhance the language of them. So for number 42, I certainly appreciate that this document is emphasizing inclusivity and emphasizing multiple perspectives and points of view. I do have a question about the phrase fair and balanced. For the number one reason is because I think that phrase now, whenever I hear it, I think about one particular news channel. So I would love for us to find another way of framing what fair and balanced means. Especially I'm concerned about the possible unforeseen, unintended consequences of emphasizing a concept of balance, because I think people might look at that in different ways. So like we said yesterday, it's important that whatever balance a teacher might be bringing through their curriculum, it still needs to be humanizing. It still needs to be in line with ethics studies guiding principles to not do harm. So we don't want a teacher bringing in alternate perspective that says this event in history never happened, or this struggle wasn't like this. We don't want teachers doing that. So I propose that for number 42, we consider, instead of saying fair and balanced, perhaps it's fair and humanizing, or something along those lines, so that we know that the balance is with regards to taking care of our students and not having a teacher put something in front of them that they saw online that is not what we want to have happen in California schools. And as for, I don't see any hands. Okay, Commissioner Gotanda?
I was just going to say, in order to keep with the intended context of that, could we say equitable? Does that get at what you're trying to say?
I like that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm never against equitable, for sure. Yeah, and based on yesterday's public comment, I know I surmise that edit 42 and the additional language to Appendix B are, I heard both of them combined a lot in the public comment yesterday. The additional language for Appendix B, I know we haven't gotten to that yet, but I really love it. It's really clear about what we mean when we talk about balance and what we mean when we talk about not being partisan in the classroom and what have you. So I think Appendix B really does the heavy lifting to make sure this curriculum is used in line with the expectations of being a professional in education and making sure that students are allowed to consider perspectives and to form their own opinions. I think that language does the heavy lifting. Here, this item 42, you know, as long as fair and balanced isn't the phrase. I don't know about the rest of the folks on the commission, but when I hear that, I immediately go to one particular news network, which isn't known for being fair and balanced, actually. So I would like to just use something else. Humanizing works, equitable works, something that gets to the heart of we want the curriculum to be used to uplift students and be inclusive of students, not to allow teachers to bring in so-called controversial views that, you know, they might see on the internet or whatever. All right, I see several hands. I'm gonna call on Assemblymember Weber, and then Commissioner Friedman, and then Commissioner Gotanda.
Yeah, I was going to say that, and I understand your comment, because clearly there are various levels of distortion that exist, but I think at some point you still have to have a balanced academic perspective. I mean, because I think it emphasizes it's just not all one direction and one point of view, but I think it also, and it can be both a fair, balanced, and humanizing presentation. I think that says, yeah, but you have more than one perspective on it. And sometimes we get criticized because we only have one idea and we act as if our young people can't manage more than one perspective that may not be necessarily not humanizing, but just something that even the teacher may not agree with. And so I think we want to have some sense of balance. I think most of us in academia strive for some balance in terms of the perspective we present without necessarily being detrimental to people. So I think balance is important. We'll be criticized oftentimes because we lack balance.
Oh, yes, absolutely. I agree with that. Fair, balanced, and humanizing, or even balanced and fair and humanizing. It's just
either way, they need to be in there. Yeah.
Yes. Commissioner Friedman.
Thank you. I think that Dr. Weber said it perfectly. Fair, balanced, and humanizing.
Yeah.
Thank you. Senator Allen?
I agree. I agree with that.
All right. So then, in reference to, for item 44, I like a lot of this framing. There are a few things that I would like to consider adding to 44. So I don't know if this is the time to have that discussion, just to make sure each of these guiding values and principles is precise in its language. I think that was one of the bigger talking points yesterday through public comment. Or Executive Director Coates, I don't know if that's
Yes, this is the time.
Okay. So, All right, so for looking at 44, so it is very similar to the original ones that are already in the document. However, obviously it combines 7 and 6 together. I do think that there is room for a little added language. So for number 1, cultivate empathy, community actualization, community perpetuity, and it says especially Native peoples and people of color. I do think that this curriculum might be a good place to spell out the acronym that we are hearing more and more in these talks about racial justice, which is BIPOC, Black, Indigenous people of color. So where it says especially Native peoples and people of color, I propose that we spell out Black, Indigenous, people of color communities for educational justice. That's what I believe it's getting at. So for number 1, I'm proposing that we add Black, Indigenous, people of color, so that when my students come across BIPOC in these various spaces that they'll be exploring and learning, that they know what that means. And that means in number 2, same thing. Basically, number 1 and number 2, I would like to add Black, Indigenous, people of color. In my school district, our mission statement that came as a result of our resolution for Black Lives, the mission statement spelled out Black, Indigenous, people of color, and I think there's going to be more and more of that. So So for edit number 44, I like edit number 44 if we add that to numbers 1 and 2. And then I really think number 4, we could be more specific. There's a lot of concern in public comment about anti-Semitism. There's concern about Islamophobia. And I think number 4, where it says critique empire building in relationship to white supremacy and racism and other forms of power and oppression, I think it might go a long way to help some people feel better about this curriculum if we spell out some of those forms of power and oppression. Yeah. And of course, those include xenophobia, patriarchy. We originally had cis heteropatriarchy in there. I think we could put anti-Semitism in there. I think we should put anti-Blackness in there, Islamophobia. I think spelling it out will help quell some of the concerns that people have that this curriculum might be used to inflict harm in some kind of way on their communities or on their students. So if we spell it out in the guiding values and principles, that a guiding value and principle of ethnic studies is to combat all these forms of oppression, including Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, anti-Blackness. I think that'll go a long way to helping people feel better. So I don't know what y'all's thoughts are on that. I see a few hands, so I'm going to call on Senator Allen first, and then Commissioner Williamson.
Okay, one quick thing I noticed in number 3 of the edit, it says, if you guys notice, center and place high value on the pre-colonial people of color and groups that are typically marginalized. I think we have to say are. We have to cut out is.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. That was one little thing, and then so okay, can we say misogyny instead of patriarchy? Sexism and misogyny.
I think that's a question for the scholars. I don't know that I myself am.
That would be that's what I would recommend, I suppose.
All right, Commissioner Williamson.
Thank you. I agree with you on the idea of spelling out the different types of oppression. I just want to make sure that as we are looking at this, we are not unintentionally forgetting someone, which I think is one of the sentiments that I kept hearing yesterday, is that somehow somebody is feeling like they might be left out. So we just need to be really purposeful on which ones we choose to place.
Thank you. Board Member Glover Woods.
Yes, I would also agree with Commissioner Williamson. If we do call out different forms of oppression, it does at times run the risk of inadvertently leaving out something that would be important to members of the community. So just a consideration for the commission on that. Also, Commissioner Rustin, I just had a question with the change of number 1 and 2, adding Black, Indigenous, people of color. Would it be helpful in parentheses to add the acronym BIPOC as well? I've seen both there, and I'm wondering if that might help with the understanding if we have the acronym there as well. It's just a wondering.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful, actually. I think that'd be very helpful. Commissioner Fairchild?
Sorry, I don't know I know I'm not part of the HSS, but I wanted to highlight too, as you guys were talking about it, in number 4, there is the footnote for 17 about racism that also lists. So I'm just wondering, do we need to align those? I just want to make sure that the language is consistent, right? In maybe both spaces. Sorry.
Correct. You are correct. So, so looking at the document, the footnote spells out patriarchy, cis heteropatriarchy, capitalism, ableism, anthropocentrism. Perhaps that's where we just make sure we add in Islamophobia and anti-Semitism and anti-Blackness.
That's where we got a lot of the feedback too around the term capitalism. So
Right.
I'm sorry, I should wait until general because I'm not part of the HSS. Thank you. Sorry.
All right. So Senator Allen.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea to add to the footnote. I think that looks like a good place to put it. But I totally agree. We should add in Islamophobia and anti-Semitism.
Okay, I'm just taking a careful look. I don't want to miss something from 44 that was in the original guiding values and principles that was that might have been taken out. So I'm just making sure that it does match up. Commissioner Costa Hernandez.
Thank you. I just have a question for Senator Allen. I'm curious about his proposed language instead of patriarchy, misogyny. Why do you like misogyny instead of, because aren't they different things?
Well, because it seemed to me that we're talking about, if you're talking about like anti-Semitism, anti-Blackness, Islamophobia, you're talking about hatred of a particular type of person because of their immutable characteristics, because of who they are. And so it seems to me that misogyny is more in line with those types of hatreds.
Okay.
Right, because it's direct hatred of women and girls. Just like anti-Semitism is hatred of Jews, anti-Islamophobia is hatred of Muslims. I don't know. It just seemed like it fit more into the things that we were listing it out with. That's all I was saying.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Commissioner Tonkovich.
Fred, I hope I can jump in at this time. I agree with Senator Allen, and I have a question regarding that with the footnote 17. What is the status with a glossary to explain some of these more esoteric terms?
That's a great question. There is no glossary in this version of the draft. So I believe the footnotes are the tool within the curriculum to try to explain some of these terms. But again, as what Board Member Strauss mentioned yesterday, it's really important that the language is accessible to educators, to teachers, and I think any ethnic studies teacher with these footnotes that are in here, I think they'll be all right with this academic language personally. But yeah, as far as the glossary, the glossary is not included is no longer part of this iteration of the model curriculum.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Friedman.
Thank you. That just raises a question that I had about the process. And I think that's a good point about accessibility to anyone who reads it, because yesterday it was discussed. And so I was reading over just so I understand what's expected of us in terms of creating a curriculum and a document that the whole state will embrace. And actually, in many cases, the nation is looking at this curriculum. So this is a major responsibility for us as leaders of the state of California. And I think we have to be cautious about this, and I'd like us to have some guidelines about this, because in the guidelines from the State Board of Education, it says that the language should be easy to use both for teachers and educational backgrounds who have educational backgrounds in ethnic studies and those without such experience. So I think we need to be careful about the terminology we use, that we're being asked to create a document that people can understand without having to have completed an ethnic studies course.
Thank you. I see Board Member Strauss and then Commissioner Williamson.
Yeah, just a comment to follow up on Commissioner Friedman's comment. The State Board guidelines say it has to be easy to use, right? So let's be thoughtful about that. And if the footnotes help to clarify, I think that's an important tool that we provide as guidance.
Thank you. Commissioner Williamson.
Thank you. I actually am just wanting to support what Commissioner Friedman was talking about, because some of these terms coming from other disciplines are not something that is going to be familiar for teachers who are going to be asked to teach a course in ethnic studies. So there may be some areas where we might have to do a little bit more clarification on.
Thank you. So if I could just make sure I'm hearing everyone correct, we are moving 44 forward, but with a few alterations so far to item, I think we said 1 and 3, and I don't think we've decided for sure about patriarchy versus misogyny. Perhaps that could be another place where we put them together, both of them. Commissioner Williamson?
Actually, I think having them both, they are like two different systems of oppression, because one is dealing with the hatred of women and females. The other is a systematic hierarchy. So I think it's completely okay to have both of them.
I'm looking at, thank you. I'm looking at public comments submitted from APT, and their version of the guiding values and principles for number 44, instead of it being a footnote, number 44, for guiding value and principle number 4, instead of it being a footnote, their version of it lays them each out. So racism, xenophobia, patriarchy, ageism, and ideally that's where anti-Semitism and Islamophobia would be placed. I personally like seeing it directly in there because, again, I'm concerned that somebody might pick up the curriculum and be thinking like, oh, this curriculum isn't inclusive of this group or that group. If they look at the guiding values and principles and see all that spelled out there in number 4, again, I think that'll go a long way. A footnote is fine, but I kind of like seeing it the way I see it in the and I don't know if they could project the most recent version of the guiding values and principles coming from, this was APT in their public comment on November 13th. Commissioner Tonkovich, and then Commissioner Munoz.
I don't recall that public comment, but I would agree with adding ageism.
Commissioner Munoz.
I just want to say I support what Commissioner Rusher's idea about in number 4, because this really is a teaching document. And as a teacher, I really don't want teachers to get off track. And as you start to name them, it becomes clear this is the curriculum in which you must teach fairly, equitably, and honestly. And so I would agree to put those in, not as a footnote, but keep it in within the document. So there is clarity into what we as teachers are supposed to be teaching, not strive it. And if you put on a footnote, sometimes that gets bypassed. And again, the main point is this is a teaching document for teachers to use. And then, anyway, that's what I wanted to point out. So I support that in number 4 and not leave it as a footnote. And I like the other adding about the Native Americans and the BIPOC. I like that in there on 2.
Commissioner Reston, can you, if you have the public comment open that you're referring to, if you want to put number 4 in the chat, and then we'll put it on the document so the public can view it?
Sure. So if anybody in the public is trying to find it, it's in the Box account. It's in the folder comments received after November 6th. And this is from November 13th, APT, which was formerly a long acronym. I don't know, PACRAS, I think. All right, let me see. The thing about it is they have the graphic version, which, okay, I can still highlight the text. While I do that, let me call on Commissioner Friedman. Commissioner Friedman?
Thank you. Maybe I'm not reading this correctly. Is capitalism listed as a form of oppression? Is the word capitalism in here?
So yes, that is another item that we need to discuss, because I do believe it was changed to economic inequality in the CDE recommendation, and in this version that I'm trying to paste, but for some reason it's not letting me paste.
Well, I would say that, again, we want a document and a curriculum that will be accepted in America. I think economic inequality would be very widely recognized. Capitalism, I think, is going to create a lot of problems. I think that's obvious to all of you.
All right, so the version that I pasted there is from the public comment, so it doesn't yet include what I'm proposing, which is to include anti-Semitism, Islamophobia in there. For the capitalism piece, I'll call on Commissioner Pantai in a moment. For the capitalism piece, I'm just reminded of the, as a world history teacher, the world history standards, where students, one of the standards is to learn about the responses to capitalism. So that's already in the standards. So if we do capitalism / economic inequality, social science frameworks.
You broke up, couldn't hear you, sorry.
All right. I have the little pop-up that says my internet connection is unstable. Let's see.
Yeah.
So the history, social science frameworks have a standard in there where students in 10th grade are to learn about responses to capitalism. This curriculum being part of a K-12 to bring balance, I think there is just as fair as critiquing any of these other systems. If we perhaps do capitalism / economic inequality, that is totally fine, I think. But when students ask economic inequality, well, what causes that? I don't know how to answer that without learning about capitalism and learning about the different features of it in terms of free enterprise and what have you. So I personally think it should be capitalism / economic inequality, or vice versa, economic inequality / capitalism. But obviously, this is certainly up for discussion.
Well, then we'd have to include communism too. I mean, this lists forms of power and oppression. So I think this is very controversial. Then you'd have to bring in communism and other forms of organizing a society. I think economic equality is what it should be. I think capitalism is a economic system that it has to be discussed, but that alone is not the issue.
Commissioner Pantai?
Back to item 44, I'm looking at item number 4. There is a group that we should include, trans people of color. So Islamophobia, transphobia, xenophobia, I would like to add them in there. I mean, since we're going that route and we're going to list them.
Thank you. Board Member Glover Woods?
Thank you, Commissioner Reston. I want to kind of harken back to a statement I made a little earlier about as we start to list, the list can go, it can be quite extensive, and that's unfortunate, but it can be quite extensive when we're looking at systems of oppression. So again, just kind of a caution as it seems like starting to go down a track of listing multiple areas that I'm wondering if there might be another way to further define power and oppression without going into such an extensive list of all of those different areas.
All right, so at this point, Commissioner Pantai, go ahead.
I'm going back to the original document, and I really like how it's a footnote. I'm sorry, I know that other commissioners want it in there, but the footnote really helps out in that it doesn't distract from the text itself, and teachers can always refer to the footnote and see a list of examples of types of oppression.
Agree.
Thank you. Assembly Member Weber, and then Board Member Glover Woods.
Yeah, I think we probably demonstrated in this activity why it probably isn't good to list all these things, because the list keeps growing. And I think we had this conversation once before when we tried to list languages or something. I can't remember what it was. And it kept going on and on and on and on. And we realized that at some point it became ridiculous, because we knew we'd always forget something or someone. And the one person whose language we forgot would be the first one to look for their language and not find it. And so I think that there's a problem of the direction we're going in. And I think at some point, maybe the discussion ought to be somewhere in one of the footnotes, some of these examples, but also a definition of what it means to be oppressed. Because I think at that point, then you can, because there will be new forms of oppression that may come. I hear people talking about internet issues and all kinds of things that should be controlled because of their oppressive nature and blah, 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 and the power of those things. I mean, so it can go on forever. I'm not, also the other thing, I think the relationship to white supremacy, racism, and other forms of oppression. I'm not sure if other forms of power is important, because it seems the issue is really oppression much more than necessarily power. So, but if we leave power in, that's fine, but I would probably just put it as other forms of oppression. And then we can define those oppressions that are there. But you do run into difficulty when you start listing things, and even economic inequality might be a problem unless it's attached to something else. And so, because there will probably always be inequalities in any system that exists in terms of economics, and, unless you advocate for socialism and equal across the board, which then brings in all these other folks who are concerned about socialism and communism and whether they have some oppressive power as well. So I think we kind of we'll be here for a long time listing all the things, and we will still, unfortunately, leave someone out. So I think they should not be listed at all. So at least in this area.
Board Member Glover Woods.
Thank you, Commissioner Reston. And just to add on to Assemblymember Weber's thought, it's been said that this is a document, of course, that needs to be usable and understandable by those that are in the field. One thing I think that we need to keep in mind, and it's a tiny little birdwalk from this, is that whatever teacher is going to teach an ethnic studies course or have this content integrated will need to have some level of professional support because all teachers are not very knowledgeable in the field of ethnic studies. So in that additional support for teachers that will be teaching, and that support may happen at the local level, maybe it'll happen at another level. I think that is the time when you can really begin to delve into more detail as to what many of these terms are and what is meant by oppression. I'm not quite sure, again, to Assemblymember Weber's point and some of the others made, that going into the listing of all of these different areas would be extremely beneficial in this particular document.
Thank you. In looking at the original version of when I say original, the guiding values and principles that are listed, the existing one says other forms of power and oppression, so it doesn't spell everything out. So the existing one doesn't have capitalism in there either. So I don't know, perhaps this conversation perhaps means we think about leaving it as is and not tinkering with it. That's just my thought at this precise moment. Board Member Rucker.
Thank you. I think it's important to remember what was the intent behind the legislation to create this ethnic studies model curriculum. This is a model, and the criteria from the board and the intent that has been expressed and explained all along, as you keep hearing from a number of members on your panel, is to develop a model of how to develop the curriculum so that this becomes one of multiple examples that already exist in districts across the state, but it becomes the state's policy on how to do it. And so in the effort to create this exhaustive list, as the point has been made, you spend time doing all of this work, and what you run is the risk of being criticized for what you forgot to do. So this model is about how to do the work, how to have the conversation about oppression, not to list all of the types of oppression, because as the point has been made, you're not going to make that list complete and exhaustive. So put the energy into making sure that there's a good outline for how teachers can develop the topic, that there's a good outline and model for how to implement and introduce the conversation so that teachers don't make the mistake in teaching, say, about slavery as part of the economic model in the United States, however you want to label it, so that people understand that it was a form of oppression imposed by that economic model. And so it's important to speak about and think about the hows and how you are modeling the development, the research that teachers can do, the support that can be provided to help teachers develop this work, and the resources that can be used to create and develop the curriculum. But I think, as Dr. Weber and others have pointed out, that the time you are taking trying to create an exhaustive list is not going to bear the fruit that you're hoping it will create. And you will find the continuance of public comment for the wide continuum of opinions about what should or should not be there.
Thank you. Commissioner Howard and then Commissioner Costa Hernandez.
Thank you. I just want to voice my support for including the definition of oppression. I just think that that will be more effective and efficient for the end goal of what this needs to be. But I'm wondering, I didn't see one, but I may have just missed it. Do we already have a definition of oppression in the preface or chapter 1, or is that something that we or the CDE would need to develop?
There is currently no definition of oppression, so we would need the language from commissioners.
Commissioner Costa Hernandez.
Thank you. I just want to go back to the comments made by Board Member Glover about the professional development aspect of this, because I am using, once she brought it up, I realized that I'm using that as a criteria for what goes in this document and what doesn't need to go in this document, because, and I want to propose that we use that as a filter for what we propose. And I think we'll address two things. The issue brought up by Commissioner Friedman about language and clarity around, and I know striking that balance between using the content-specific vocabulary, that of the discipline, and staying, keeping clarity and, making sure that this is accessible to all. I think it will address also that tension about when to list and be exhaustive in the list and when to stop listing. If we use as a lens, does this belong in the document or does this belong in the professional development? And I know that we're not necessarily designing the professional development, but I'm almost seeing that it'll result almost as a side effect of this process is that there's an outline for what needs to be part of the PD, keeping in mind those teachers that don't have a background in ethnic studies. So I just want to offer that we use as a filter what is important for teachers to know in order to access this document. That's PD. Thank you.
Okay, so then I suppose perhaps CDE could help me here. So it sounds like what we are doing then is proposing 44 move forward with Black, Indigenous, people of color in the items that reference Native peoples and people of color. And it sounds like for number 4, even the footnote, which itself spells out certain forms of power and oppression, are we saying that we don't want any of those there? We'll just have it say critique empire building in history and its relationship to white supremacy, racism, and other forms of oppression. Is that what we're saying? Just to be clear. In that case, that means we will remove patriarchy, cis-heteropatriarchy, capitalism, or economic inequality, ableism, anthropocentrism. So we're moving. Just perhaps I just want to clarify. That's it. Commissioner Pantai, and then Board Member Strauss.
I like the footnote. I mean, we're using footnotes to help spell out, and it's to provide supports and support and examples for teachers to use and look at.
Okay. So it sounds like you are going to hold on to that footnote. It sounds like is what you're saying. Yeah.
And I would support Commissioner Pantai. I think putting in the footnote, then it's there, but maybe it reads a little easier in general, but that you have some specifics, so then teachers know they're going to have to get some more information on those areas. So I'd support that recommendation of putting it in the footnote.
Okay. Senator Allen.
So what exactly would go into the footnote?
That's a great question. So are we talking about the existing footnote or the footnote? So the existing footnote reads, as well as patriarchy, cis-heteropatriarchy, capitalism, ableism, anthropocentrism, and that's the existing one. I originally said we should add anti-Semitism, we should add Islamophobia, to which Commissioner Pantai said, well, then we should add transphobia, homophobia, and then the question became, will it be capitalism? Should it not be capitalism? Should it be economic inequality? So that's kind of where we started diving deeper into what gets there, what's there and what's not. So the question, I guess, is the existing footnote or extended footnote or no footnote? Commissioner Williamson.
Thank you. Perhaps we could, based on all of the comments that we heard so much about yesterday, that would be a place to add your initial ideas of xenophobia, Islamophobia, and anti-Semitism, and then make some sort of a reference that this is not an exhaustive list, but just such as, and then that way we are addressing those concerns we heard yesterday.
Thank you. Commissioner Gotanda.
I was going to say something similar. I would support that. Keep the footnote, but make it an extended list.
And my understanding is that the expanded list would not have capitalism, but would have economic inequality in its place, I think. I would like it to be both, just to be exhaustive. However, if it's just me, then I fully understand the danger of, not the danger, but the controversy around that.
And I think maybe we could say such as, but not limited to. So then that way it's not an exhaustive list completely, but it does encompass many of the things that we heard yesterday that people had concerns about.
I like that. Commissioner Friedman, and then Commissioner Munoz after that.
Yes, I agree. I think that's a very good choice of words that was just suggested, such as but not limited to. And again, I feel strongly that capitalism does not belong in this list.
Thank you. Commissioner Munoz?
I agree with keeping it in the footnote. However, I agree that capitalism should be in there. Again, we're supporting standards. If it's in our high school standards, it should also be, again, another point where teachers, again, as a document used for teachers, see that as well, so it matches our history and social studies standards. I have no problem adding the two together with the, but I would like to keep that capitalism to match our state framework, our state standards, because that's what teachers are being held accountable for.
Commissioner Rustin, this might be a good time to separate the decision check so that
Sure.
commissioners can check on the capitalism portion separate from the rest of the nominated edit. And then we can move on to the next item to check to see if there are any additional discussions needed for this section of the chapter.
Okay. So that means the conversation about capitalism or economic inequality is moved to the side for a separate vote or separate deliberation. And it sounds like right now we have heard a lot of support for a footnote that is approaching exhaustive, so including but not limited to all these other forms. I see Senator Allen.
Sorry about that. Okay, I want to just remind everyone this footnote comes from, if you guys look at the actual text of the curriculum, the footnote is after the word racism. So critique empire building and history and its relationship to white supremacy, comma, racism, and then other forms of oppression. Well, are we saying that, I mean, I guess, so first of all, I think we ought to move the footnote
to oppression, maybe?
Over to oppression, because, I'm not sure that all these things are forms of racism, but they are forms of oppression. I get, now, the problem with capitalism, okay, first of all, I think we maybe should add in communism, too. The problem with capitalism is, I wonder if there's a way to modify the use of the word capitalism. Say, I don't really know how to phrase this, but like unregulated capitalism or underregulated capitalism or unfettered capitalism or something along those lines that gets us closer to the more oppressive elements of capitalism.
I certainly hear you on that. I'm just looking at it myself.
Exploitative.
Number 4 is critique. Number 5 is challenge. Critique to me means not challenge, not say it doesn't belong, but like critique the various elements of it, be they helpful or not. However, that's probably not a sound view of that, since a lot of these other forms of repression are fully unacceptable. I hear you. Yeah,
I like what whoever's doing the text. I think exploitative capitalism, because that's ultimately what we're trying to get at, right? Is use of that economic structure to exploit people and to lock in unfairness and inequality.
And I do think that was the root of it. I'm sorry, Executive Director Coates. I know we were supposed to put this to the side, but we just can't. We're trying to resolve it. Let me call on Commissioners Gotanda and Howard, maybe, and then we could fully put it to the side and move to the full commission.
I'm so sorry, I didn't lower my hand. You can go to Commissioner Howard.
Commissioner Howard?
Thank you. I keep raising and lowering my hand about this because I can't decide whether or not it'll be helpful, but I want to offer up the word classism. Could that be maybe helpful in clarifying that part? Because I think that it can include the exploitation of classes without having to specifically mention the word capitalism, if that's going to be a controversial word.
I see a hand from Senator Allen and then Commissioner Friedman.
Yeah, and then I was thinking, could we add in fascism and Stalinist communism?
Commissioner Friedman?
I know what we're trying to get at, and so we're now grappling with what are the right words that are not overwhelming, but I think exploitative economic systems covers a lot of the issues that I think we're all concerned about. I mean, there are tens of millions of people in this country who were oppressed economically by communism or fascism or capitalism. So I think all of those systems need to be discussed. I think communism is already in the framework, right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
And stuff. And so I think that exploitative economic systems might be something we want to consider.
Yeah.
I love that. I think that is a very happy place to be, personally. Board Member Glover Woods?
I was just going to second that emotion. I think what Commissioner Friedman suggested will serve the purpose for which the terminology is in there.
Nice. Commissioner Ponte.
I definitely agree with everything here. I also want to piggyback on Senator Allen. I think the footnote does need to be moved, footnote 17 moved to the end to include all of that so that it's not right after racism.
So it sounds like we're at a point where we can turn exploitative economic systems green, and the SMC and Commission would vote on this entire edit as one edit. So I think we're ready to move.
All right. So next is, are there any comments by our state board liaisons? And I see Board Member Glover Woods has her hand up.
Thank you. Again, I've been commenting all along, my goodness. I just had a question. Now that we've made that change to exploitative economic systems, do we still want to keep the / economic inequality? Or so do both need to remain, or do we remove economic inequality now that the language has been changed?
My thought is to remove it, because exploitative economic systems, sometimes the result of that is economic inequality. Sometimes the result of that is a whole range of negative outcomes. So I think exploitative economic systems, that phrasing is fine, personally. Senator Allen?
Yeah, I agree with you, Mr. Chair, and I just want to also, so I agree with you on that, and then I just want to remind, I think whoever the facilitator is, we need to highlight 44, because that's not in green, unless we're doing that separately. I just to make sure I'm understanding the process.
All right, so I think that's a perfect time for us to now hear the CDE summarize these edits before we take our SMC vote to move it to the full commission. So CDE, will you please summarize the nominated edits?
All right, let's begin at the top.
Are we, and we are adding in classism, right? I like that. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm not sure. I don't know if that we reached any sort of, I also like that, but my sense is that falls within the umbrella of exploitative economic systems.
Yeah, okay.
But I see a hand from Commissioner Williamson. Would you like to share something before the CDE summarizes their edits?
Yes, just really quick. If they could move up to number 44 and take a look at where that footnote piece is. We've been talking about moving it away, and I just want to make sure that 17 now goes to where it will be after oppression, not after racism.
That's recorded in item 45, but I'll also make a note under item 44.
Great, thank you so much.
So if we could scroll up to 42, that's where the section begins. All right, we are accepting 42 with the bolded edit, 44 with the bolded modifications, including the moving of the footnote and the expansion of the footnote as noted in 45, 46, then we get to 60 with the second option, and we get to 64 and 65.
All right, so now it's time for SMC members to vote on moving these nominated edits forward. So SMC members, please indicate using your Zoom hands up if you are in agreement with moving the nominated edits, these ones that are highlighted green, for the second part of Chapter 1, forward.
We have 9.
Majority.
All right. Now on to the full commission. So according to, I think it's time, it says that it's time for the full commission to vote, but I do think we have to, aren't we supposed to ask the full commission if they have any additional edits to move forward?
Yeah, well, it looked like you kind of merged your processes, so the full commission was participating during this entire time. So we do need all edits before the SMC does their vote. So it didn't sound like after CDE read the nominated edits that anyone had anything, but we can certainly open that up, but the SMC would have to redo your check. So
okay, yeah, I just want to make sure that if anyone else on the commission had anything that they wanted to move. So now I see a lot of hands. Oh, I didn't lower my own hand. Let me take that one off. So I see Commissioner Young, Commissioner Jarvis, Commissioner Chapman. Let's go in that order. Commissioner Young.
Thank you. Can we scroll back up to, I think it's 45 that we're working on right now? So I believe in this last iteration, I don't see anti-indigeneity in here. And that would be a really important omission. So I see we have anti-Blackness, Islamophobia, transphobia. Right, yeah, perfect.
Thank you. I agree. That is an important one, especially since we are spelling out Indigenous and Black Indigenous people of color. I see a hand from Commissioner Jarvis.
I have a clarifying question. What is or has been the rationale for not including a glossary of terms?
We've had this discussion. Initially, the original document that had the glossary was quite controversial. There was a lot of public comment around that, and we do feel that the language does change, the language does grow in terms of the discipline. Any glossary that we had today would be stagnant, and so we do think that it's best left in the professional development arena and in the local educational agency arena as LEAs are building out their programs to then use the definitions and common definitions for these terms. And that would be within the context of their programs.
Understood. Thank you.
So to that end, I do recall last meeting, we considered the possibility of perhaps having like at least a little paragraph or something in there to address some of the original language from the original draft that isn't in this one. So I'm referring to the various spellings of history, the various spellings of women with X in there or a Y. I thought we had considered adding just a little explainer because I know I have a lot of students who we have a girls group on our campus, and all my students that are in that girls group now, when they're writing in my class, they spell women with an X, just as a symbolic measure of empowerment. So looking through the public comment, I did see suggested paragraph that kind of just touches on that. Those commissioners that were part of this process from the beginning, you might recall our May 2019 meeting where we saw that original draft, and a lot of us were questioning herstory here and there, and it's not etymologically, I can't say that word correct, and this and that. So this language seems to address that, so that if teachers or educators come across ethnic studies texts or students who are purposely spelling these terms differently, they kind of understand why. So before we vote on all of the changes for Chapter 1, I certainly would like to consider adding this little explainer maybe towards the end of the chapter, just for educators and teachers, again, so that they could begin to grow and learn about the discipline and why a student might spell women with an X or write herstory instead of history, even though the his isn't gendered in terms of history. I see a hand from Commissioner Fairchild. Is it about the language piece? Commissioner Fairchild, go ahead.
It just, I just really want us to make sure that we keep, because language is changing so quickly with this, and we want to really make sure that this is a forward-thinking document, that if we are inclusive of a paragraph, that it may not call out specific terms, but that language, it's talking about how language is evolving through this process. A couple of sentences, but I really would not want us to date this, and we want to make sure it stays open to be inclusive of all new terms that will be coming from this. That's my only caution.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And I'm not sure. I'm looking at the public comment, and it seems to be with that in mind, with just the idea that as a practitioner, you might see some of this, and it seems forward thinking in terms of, even though the curriculum doesn't use these terms, these are the emerging terms of the discipline, or not even emerging. I think many of them have been around for a while. And I just, as a teacher, I just want to make sure, like, you know, a teacher who picks up some other ethnic studies book or something to grow in their professional capacity doesn't get thrown off.
Which comment are you referring to?
It's a November 13 comment from TQREJ Coalition. So I could paste. It's kind of chunky for the chat here. I don't know if anybody could easily project it, and I don't know that the whole thing is necessarily what goes in the chapter. I just think the chapter should address that, because the original curriculum did have it in there, and we realized, or we discussed, how like it needs to be simplified. So now it doesn't have any of it in there. So at least a little explanation of why you might see a student write women with an X, or write history or herstory instead of history. To me, it just makes sense, just from a practitioner standpoint. And there might be other public comments that had different ways to put it in there. The one I'm looking at just happens to be the one that's in front of me.
Can it just be like a simple sentence saying that we understand language will be evolving, and terms will come and go? I think it should be.
It certainly can be. I think
broad. I just am hesitant in case language changes. That's all. I just don't.
Right. Commissioner Tonkovich.
Clarification on 45 on the footnote. Was it the consensus to remove classism and ageism?
So classism, I think the consensus was that falls under the umbrella of the language that we used around economic systems. Ageism, we didn't discuss that at all. So we didn't discuss removing ageism. Is ageism currently in there? I can't, there's so many things on my screen, I can't see that footnote right now.
All right, thank you. I see it added, thank you.
Okay. So I see a hand from Commissioner Young.
Thank you. To address Commissioner Fairchild's concern, I'm looking at the public comment as well. I'm wondering if we could potentially take the first sentence in the public comment along with, let's see, a piece of that final paragraph in order to have some language in this model document that does talk about purposeful respellings and challenging various forms of oppression and marginalization. without getting stuck in the language potentially that is being utilized in this moment, and therefore making the document forward thinking.
Thank you. I agree. So for commissioners, I know the chat feature isn't the best way to do this because the public cannot see it. All I did was, there's the document. I copied and pasted that first line that you mentioned. So you're saying that first sentence, which reads ethnic studies incorporates purposeful academic language and terminology, including intentional respellings to challenge various forms of oppression and marginalization. So that sentence, and then parts of the last paragraph, which read, these language conventions are not foregrounded in this model curriculum for those just beginning familiarity with ethnic studies. However, educators should note that such conventions continue to grow and are common within ethnic studies classes, communities, and scholarship. Personally, I like that.
I'm in agreement. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's great. All right.
Where do you want to add that?
That is a great question. I don't have a specific line in mind. I don't know if any other commissioner has thoughts on where that could be. Let me see. I would say after the guiding values and outcomes, perhaps.
What about on line 203, where it's talking about like the pursuit of justice and inequity, maybe adding that to the end of that section? Around like after line 217 and before 218.
I hear you. I'm not against that. I think it's fine there. Part of me also thinks it's not really specific to an outcome or a guiding principle. It's just sort of like additional helpful information for emerging ethnic studies practitioners, which makes me think maybe line 339-ish on my version of this, like right before that section that says the ethnic studies model curriculum for K-12 education, like right before that starts, it seems like that might be a good explainer. Now that somebody who's reading this chapter, now that they've learned about the guiding values and principles and the focus on combating various forms of oppression and pursuing justice and inclusion and all that. By the way, sometimes in this field, there's purposeful respellings, and it's an emerging part. It's not going to be in this curriculum, but it's something that you'll find in the discipline. And then kind of the chapter closes out. So I think towards the end would be a good place for it. I see Senator Allen's hand.
Okay, sorry guys. I'm just trying to. I didn't. Where is this comment? Which number was it? Which comment number was it?
It was in the box account with the hundreds of or thousands of comments that we had. So CDE had it projected. I pasted it into the chat. If you could see that. They had it projected. I don't know if they could project it again, but it was from a letter from an organization that was asking.
What was the organization?
It's an acronym. It's the.
And you're basically
REJ.
You want to like add on almost like a little box. Almost like
just like a really a paragraph. I mean, really, I think this comes out to the way we have it now. It comes out to two sentences. The way Commissioner Young framed it, so it just addresses that there are. Oh, I accidentally pasted the same thing twice. Sorry about that. Ethnic studies incorporates purposeful. Oh wait, no, I didn't. That was director quotes. Ethnic studies incorporates purposeful academic language and terminology, and it goes on to say these language conventions are not foregrounded in this model curriculum. If you recall, the very, very first version of the model curriculum had herstory and women with an X and a few other purposeful respellings, which some commissioners felt was not very user-friendly. So this just addresses that those respellings are in the discipline should you come across them, even though they're not in this curriculum. So this would be sort of like a additional paragraph, perhaps towards the end, just letting emerging ethnic studies teachers know that this is something that they'll see. And definitely somebody correct me if I'm wrong in that understanding. I see Commissioner Tonkovich and Commissioner Pantai. Let's go with Commissioner Tonkovich.
I forgive my ignorance. In this context, what does respelling mean?
So even though we mean history, sometimes it's purposely respelled to herstory, Herstory, not because of an understanding that history itself is that the his in history is gendered, because it's actually not. However, just to highlight and be purposeful about looking at history through a different lens. So
thank
those
you.
are respellings.
So it literally means respelling. Thank you.
Yeah, literally, yeah. Commissioner Pantai, then Senator Allen.
I really do like your suggestion and the paragraph, the additional small little paragraph, and where you're suggesting to add it near the end of this chapter. I would go as far as to cite, put a footnote and give specific examples, Latina X, such as whatever, because teachers who are not familiar with this may not know what you mean by challenging various spellings. So give them some examples in the footnote.
That's a good point. Commissioner Williamson.
I would agree with Commissioner Pantai, because when I first initially read this back in May, I really purposely thought somebody was having misspelling when they were typing, because those were terms that I was not really familiar with, even though when I was in school doing Native American studies, it was not part of that scholarship at that time. So I do agree by giving some examples of what words we're looking at.
Thank you. I see Board Member Glover Woods.
Thank you. I'm just looking at what's on the screen, and if I'm understanding Commissioner Pantai correctly, the examples would be in a footnote as opposed to in the body of the narrative that is being recommended. And I would agree that would be the most appropriate place for those examples. Commissioner Rustin, I did have one other comment,
sure.
Not specific to this piece, but just a note. On number 45, it's 44 or 45, where we're now using that term exploitative economic systems, just a recommendation to look at where else in the document capitalism or something or economic inequality might be in the document in full and replaced with the term that the commission, it seems, is going along the line of. So just kind of a thought to look at various other places in this model curriculum where there may need to be a word or term replacement.
Agreed.
We could add that to the action so that CDE would make that replacement throughout the document.
All right. And last bit that I didn't realize was still in this draft. I thought we discussed it previously, but last meeting, but I could certainly be mistaken. But just as a teacher of mostly high school seniors, I'm concerned about the just phrasing of or the use of the term jargon. So in the sixth outcome, which is on my copy, which is the September 2020 Ethnic Studies copy for chapter 1, on my copy it's line 289, where it says present their ideas in strong, compelling, jargon-free language. I know as a practitioner, I never tell my students to avoid jargon because it sort of sounds like anti-intellectual, like I want them to quote unquote dumb it down, which is not it. I tell them to use precise language or precise academic language. So if they are in a physics class, their language needs to be academically precise to the discipline of physics. So I would love it if just instead of the word jargon or the phrase jargon free, it says precise academic language. If it's academic language, it'll be clear within the context. If we say jargon free language, that just sounds anti-intellectual. I don't think anybody wants students to simplify their language on academic papers, especially when they're off in the excellent UCs that we have. So I would like to see jargon free removed and replaced with precise academic language. Commissioner Williamson.
Thank you. I just want to say I agree with that because that's very important to the writing overall.
Thank you. Senator Allen.
Can we throw in the word clear as well?
Oh, yes. So clear and precise academic language?
Yeah.
I'm good with that, certainly. Commissioner Fairchild.
This is a side note. I just want to say, Ken, you are doing an amazing job making all of these edits as fast as we are putting them out. I just want to give accolades right now because we're moving quick, and I just wanted to give a shout out.
I second that. All right. So now, clarifying question for our Executive Director Coates. Do we now move to, or go back to the SMC to vote to move all these final? Yeah.
Correct. Yes.
Commissioner Fairchild, is your hand up for another comment, or is it just forgot to lower? All right. So, SMC members, it looks like we're ready for our decision on these. Let me find this part of the, all right. So SMC members, please indicate using your Zoom hands up button if you agree with moving the nominated edits forward.
We have 9.
Majority.
Thank you. And now for the full commission. Commissioners, please indicate using your Zoom yes and no buttons. I'm sorry, your Zoom hands up button if you agree with moving the nominated edits forward.
We have 14.
Majority. Oh, 15. Majority.
All right. So I believe we have completed chapter 1, which means it is now time to move on to chapter 2. Executive Director Coates.
Yes, I think it's a good time to just have a quick 10-minute break and then return for chapter 2. So we will see you at how about 10:38 to be precise.
All right, 10:38. Thank you very much. All right. So now it is time for chapter 2. Executive Director Coates, would you like to provide any remarks on chapter 2 before we get started with the edits?
Sure, happy to. So chapter 2 provides district implementation guidance. Much of this chapter was developed based on the listenings and learnings from the focus groups and the teachers and administrators that we conducted earlier in 2020. And as we know, ethnic studies courses will just look differently across our state because they are largely based on local development and community engagement. And so chapter 2 helps districts think through implementation, including defining what ethnic studies means in their own districts based on their local context and considering plans for supporting instruction and course development. So our recommendations include just some minor edits related to considerations for district implementation.
All right, thank you very much. So for our History Social Science SMC, are there any edits that members of the SMC would like to nominate to move forward on Chapter 2 in its entirety, which is the section pages 26 through 33 in Attachment C? I see a hand from Senator Allen.
I want to move the CDE recommendations.
Thank you. I see a hand from Commissioner Williamson.
I would actually like to, in addition to that, look at number 75 when we are looking at lines 98 to 100 and consider adding specifically the higher education institutes in that when they are talking about consulting with other districts, and bring in higher education institutions that have implemented ethnic study programs. I think that's really important and that we should not leave them out since they have some models that we would be able to see and could be valuable.
I'll second that.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Gotanda.
Thank you. First, number 71, I think to have some continuity with our previous chapter, ensure fair, balanced, and humanizing pedagogy. I would like to include that word there. That's for you, Commissioner Rustin.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Any other edits from the SMC? I see Commissioner Williamson.
Thank you, Commissioner Rustin. Could we look at number 80, please? And it is on lines 166 to 167. And I am drawn to the language of where it says that they seek to understand how the lived experiences rather than prior life experiences. I just think that this particular verbiage in the suggestion fits better to what we're doing. It is a lived experience by them.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Any other edits from the SMC for Chapter 2 that you would like to move forward? Commissioner Williamson.
Thank you one more time. Could we also look at 81, please? And on lines 168 to 170, where it is inserting engaged students as peer learners. I really think that this is ethnic studies and learning this understanding of all of the lived experiences and shared experiences in some cases really are going to come from their peers. So I think that would be really important if we could put that verbiage in as peer learners.
I'll second that too.
Agreed. That definitely helps us continue to make this an inclusive curriculum for our students across California. Any other edits that the SMC would like to move forward for Chapter 2?
I just want to note that this also includes any additional edits that the SMC members want for this section.
Thank you. So any additional edits, whether on this attachment or of your own, that you would like for Chapter 2 from the SMC? I don't see any hands. So now, are there any edits that any other members of the IQC would like to nominate to move forward on Chapter 2 in its entirety, which again is pages 26 through 33 in Attachment C? Commissioner Fairchild.
Thank you. And the edit, and I was trying to get to the line with where we talked about adding higher education. I know in science we have like informal education, and I know that there are a lot of outside spaces that are working with ethnic studies, and we've heard a lot of that in public comment about getting them. So is there a phrase or something that might capture some of those groups too, where it says, yeah, exactly, thank you, where it says consult with other districts, higher education institutions, and then I don't know if it's informal education, if that falls under that same group.
Right.
But I think that being inclusive of, the amazing work that people are trying to do outside that are adding. I don't know if that's something that we would like to add. That's all.
Maybe community resources or community organizations or something along those lines.
That can be a slippery slope, right? Like
True.
I didn't know if there was a
slippery slopes. That's what a lot of curriculum design is about for all disciplines.
Thank you. I just didn't know if there was another entity like an informal education umbrella.
There is a term for that, right? For like museums and things of that nature.
That's what we use for science is the informal education. We reference that quite often.
There's definitely a term for that. Perhaps one of these hands will have a term for that. Commissioner Friedman.
Thank you. I was just going to say that I thought that this was a very well done chapter, and CDE deserves credit, as do all of you, for this. I thought it was really well done, and I think that my understanding, though, is we should be encouraging, as was added in here, coordination and utilization of community resources. But I would think that ethnic studies, first of all, the field, there's a lot of differences among different schools and different departments all over the country, but also K through 12 and high school is different, I think, than college. So I assume that at the local level, each teacher in each district will decide what's best for them, as has been mentioned.
Yes. Thank you. Commissioner Costa Hernandez.
I was about to lower my hand. Just a comment that I think the organizations and museums and examples will be covered under resources. I'm wondering if that requires a footnote, such as, and give an example of just different types of organizations, because the first part is about looking for examples of courses and ethnic studies content. And I think what we're offering as other places where they can go are perhaps not examples of ethnic studies classes or course content, but resources that can be utilized in support of that content. So I would leave it under resources and perhaps expand in a footnote.
Thank you. Board Member Glover Woods.
Actually, I was going to actually say something similar, meaning adding community resources or even community organizations and resources could be added to this piece as well. My only concern about the footnote is if we're going to possibly run into a similar situation as our conversation was in Chapter 1, as we're providing examples, do we run the risk of inadvertently leaving out an important community resource in our listing? Unlike Chapter 1, when we were talking about the forms of oppression, I think leaving the terminology of community resources general allows, it still ensures that the document is understandable by all. So recommendation would be, whenever possible, let's try not to list so that we don't run into the chance of missing someone that's very important.
Thank you. I agree with that. Assemblymember Weber. Assemblymember Weber.
I'm sorry, I was muted. I wouldn't want to list them either as such in terms of long lists, because, having been taught ethnic studies for 40 years, every community has such a diverse group of resources that are available, and sometimes you leave them out, and sometimes the things that you don't think about, like a a storytelling group or a group of seniors who are doing quilting and so forth and so on have a tremendous amount to give to a subject matter. And so I would just say in relevant community resources, so that you're dealing with not just anybody in the community, but folks who are also relevant to the subject matter. We can't emphasize enough, even though I know that right now there's a wide range of ethnic studies type of activities occurring at high schools. And I've been to some and seen a wide range of things that should be happening and things probably that shouldn't be happening at the same time in that academic setting. But I think the more that our campuses and our schools rely upon our higher educational institutions, the stronger the curriculum will become, and stronger those who teach the classes will become. So we can't emphasize that enough, especially now that the CSU is required for every student to have an ethnic studies requirement, number one. And number two, I'm currently working with some folks at some of the institutions to actually develop a certification for teachers in ethnic studies, so that it's not a happenstance thing. It's not who has the time to do it and who can pick up an extra book, but really who has actually done the work, because this is serious work. And I guess you see from all the terminology that's there that folks are becoming aware of, that there's a tremendous amount of theory and concept involved, and we want to make sure teachers feel comfortable with the subject matter, and that there are resources that they know where they can go to get that support. So I hope we keep emphasizing that this is serious work, and the terminology, as we can see ourselves, as we are educating ourselves in this process, that there's a lot of work to be done in our classrooms, and hopefully the universities become a part of that and the center of the training and educating of our teachers to do the best job that they possibly can for our kids.
Absolutely, I agree with all that. I had the good fortune of speaking with the director of teacher education at Harvard, and she teaches ethnic studies to those teachers for this very reason. You can't just enter the field with a general credential in social science and just not need to learn the discipline, the hardcore discipline, to do that hard work. So that sounds great, that certification. Commissioner Friedman.
I agree. I think that's a really good point. But I just want to comment again that I think each school district has resources in its own community that they feel might be useful. I work with many different school districts around the state, and each one has different circumstances and different really great resources available to them locally, nationally, internationally. So they'll have to find that themselves. And as this discipline evolves, I'm sure that it'll become clear where are the best places to go to get the training that people need.
Commissioner Williams.
Thank you. I just wanted to support Assemblymember Weber's addition of relevant community resources and organizations, because I do believe that that helps to guide where you're going and not just go to maybe something that you're unfamiliar with, but relevant would really help.
Thank you. So it sounds like we are building consensus around the phrasing of relevant community resources. Is that correct? Yeah. All right. So,
Commissioner Rustin, this is Erin. I took over for Ken, taking notes here. I just want to make sure I'm reflecting the language correctly. So do we want to add informal education, or do we just want to add and relevant community organizations and resources?
I think relevant community organizations and resources is the language we're adding. Thank you. All right. So I think we are ready. Let me see. Are there any other edits that any other members of the IQC would like to move forward, would like to nominate to move forward for Chapter 2? I see a hand from Senator Allen.
Yeah, I just was, since I was sitting here staring at the screen, I was noticing item 76 and wondering if there's any explanation as to why that wasn't included, because it really does seem to me, I mean, one of the things that I've always struggled with throughout this whole process is making sure that that there be like cross-disciplinary relevance, and if students are studying the Civil War in their history class and then going and learning about some of the similar themes in ethnic studies, it would be good if there's some coordination between the history and ethnic studies teachers. So I guess if there's some reason why we're not including 76, then I certainly don't want to push it on anybody, but it looks pretty sensible to me.
Commissioner Costa Hernandez.
I just noted, I noted that one, but I think that the difference is that last phrase, while including civic. The rest of it is in the document.
Yeah, you're right.
What they're adding is while included civic learning, and then I agree that to not include that phrase. So leave it as is.
Okay, fine with me. Sorry.
So I don't see any more hands. So are there any comments from our state board liaisons pertaining to proposed edits for Chapter 2? All right.
Can I?
I do see a hand from Commissioner Costa Hernandez.
I think on 75. Oh, I saw it highlighted. Can we go back? Oh, maybe I lost my place.
70.
The one that we were just talking about.
Correct, 75. That's where we added.
I believe she's referencing 76.
76. Thank
76.
you.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's no action there because that part that is green is already in the document.
Great point. So no action for edit number 7.
So there's no action for editing there, so we don't need to highlight it.
Great point. All right. So now I think we're ready. CDE, will you please summarize the nominated edits for Chapter 2?
Okay, so starting with number 68, and then number 70 with number 71 with some edits, number 75 with additional edits, and then number 80, 81, and 86 with a adjusted footnote.
Thank you. So SMC members, please indicate using your Zoom hands up feature if you are in agreement with moving the nominated edits for Chapter 2 forward.
We have what it looks like we have. Can we clear the hands? It looks like so this one is only for SMC members.
All right, so again, SMC members only. Please indicate using your Zoom hands up button if you are in agreement with moving the nominated edits for Chapter 2 forward.
Okay.
We have 8.
Majority.
Now for the full commission. Commissioners, please indicate using your Zoom hands up button if you agree with moving the nominated edits for Chapter 2 forward.
We have 16.
Majority.
All right, so I believe it's time now to move on to Chapter 3. Executive Director Coates, will you provide remarks on this chapter?
Happy to. Chapter 3 includes content related to developing ethnic studies pedagogy, the purpose, identity, content and skills, context, methods, and in-class community building. It includes approaches to ethnic studies that include standalone courses in the 4 foundational disciplines, integrating ethnic studies into existing courses, grade level considerations, and introduces a thematic approach to ethnic studies. It also includes an introduction to ethnic studies course outline, which includes 4 themes, which can also be utilized within the standalone courses, and those are identity, history and movement, systems of power, and social movements and equity. Finally, it includes the lesson and unit plan templates. The CDE recommendations included, amongst others, edits related to civic engagement where we felt it was appropriate and we're aligned with the State Board of Education guidelines and did not impose requirements upon local school districts. And also, excuse me, those edits that ensured inclusion and representation of California's diversity and also provided clarifying language throughout. Thank you.
Thank you. So because of the size of this chapter and the number of edits, we will take the edits for this chapter in 3 sections. Are there any edits that members of the SMC would like to nominate to move forward on Chapter 3, pages 1 through 14 in the chapter, which pertains to pages 33 through 45 in Attachment C? This portion takes us up to the start of the Approaches to Ethnic Studies section in the chapter. So we're talking about edits 87 through 136. Again, edits number 87 through 136. I see a hand from Senator Allen.
I'd like to move the CDE recommendations.
Commissioner Williamson.
Thank you. I would like to take a look at 87 and where it actually is talking about a tool for transformation social. I'd like to actually add economic and political change and liberation, because I think economic and political change is also really important as a part of it in addition to the social part.
So edit number 87, which pertains to Chapter 3, page 3, lines 39 through 40.
Yes, please.
Give me a second to get there.
And basically, it's just adding the economic and political change because the other pieces appear to already be there.
Okay. I see. I second that. Are there any other edits from the SMC pertaining to Chapter 3 that you would like to move forward, pertaining to this section of Chapter 3? Commissioner Williamson?
Could we also take a look at 91, and it's referencing page 3, page 4, and we're looking at, I'm on the wrong line there. There we go. Line 61 to 63. And where it is actually speaking of engaged citizens at the local, state, national, and global levels. I like the language where we're looking at 91 and taking or adding those additional pieces. So we are looking at it from a micro to a macro kind of lens.
All right, so it sounds like you're proposing to move edit number 91 forward. Is that correct?
Yes, please.
All right. So now, are there any edits that any other members of the IQC would like to nominate to move forward on Chapter 3, pages 1 through 14 in the chapter, which is pages 33 through 45 in Attachment C? So again, these are edits 87 through 136.
136.
Somebody is not me. Commissioner Williamson, I see your hand.
Thank you. Could we take a look at 101, please? Comment 101, and it is dealing with lines 165 to 166. And the language specifically there is the idea of critically investigate and interrogate content. So it's adding, instead where it says students critically, the original says students critically engage. This one says critically, try that again, I'm sorry. Critically investigate and interrogate content. That is paramount. So I would like to see 101 moved forward.
Yeah, I'll second that.
All right. Are there any other edits that any other members of the IQC would like to nominate to move forward for this portion of Chapter 3? I see no hands. Are there any comments from our board liaisons? Seeing no hands. CDE, will you please summarize the nominated edits?
So we have number 87, 88, 89, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 99, 100, 101, 104, 109, 112 and 113, 114, 115, 116, 118, 120, 122, 124, 128, 129, 130, 132, 133, 135.
Thank you very much. So now it's time for the SMC members only. SMC members, please indicate using your Zoom hands up feature if you are in agreement with moving the nominated edits for the first part of Chapter 3 forward.
We have 9.
Majority.
Thank you. Commissioners, so full commission, please indicate using your Zoom hands up button if you agree with moving the nominated edits on the first part of Chapter 3 forward.
There are 15.
Majority.
I am noticing that we are becoming much more efficient with the hands going up and hands going back down. I see 2 hands remaining. I see Assemblymember Weber.
It shouldn't be up. I'm sorry. Okay.
All right. So now I think it's time to look at the second part of Chapter 3. All right, so now let's take up the second part of Chapter 3. Are there any edits that members of the SMC would like to nominate to move forward on Chapter 3, pages 14 through 26 in the chapter, which pertains to pages 45 through 55 in Attachment C? This portion takes us up to the start of the section, Introduction to Ethnic Studies. So we are talking about edits number 137 through 173. 137 through 173. Senator Allen.
I'll move the IQC, the CDE recommendations.
Second.
Commissioner Gotanda.
I'd like to take a look at 141. It adds the words healing-informed educational practices to trauma-informed. I'd like to add that.
All right, so 141.
No, I'll second that.
Are there any other edits from the SMC pertaining to this section of Chapter 3? So again, we're talking edits number 137 through 173. So any other edits from the SMC that you would like to move forward? All right. Are there any edits that any other members of the IQC would like to nominate to move forward on Chapter 3, pages 14 through 26 in the chapter, which is pages 45 through 55 in Attachment C? Are there any comments? Oh, I see a hand. Commissioner Fairchild.
All right, on line 143, you already have it up. Just in keeping in line with what we talked about using other community resources on 143. Oh, no, sorry. Oh, shoot, it was just up. Oh, I'm sorry, 142. Because in the reference, it's adding, in light of our conversation we had before about adding other community resources, I think we should just go with 142 and add the language instead of other support providers, just add that other community resources.
Sure. So it sounds like you are proposing to, in looking at edit number 142, to align that with the previous edit that we made.
Correct.
Pertaining to...
And accept that edit, because I think the current one, it doesn't call all of that out.
Okay. So you're proposing to move forward or accept the edit number 142, however, modify the language to be aligned to the previous language, which I believe was something around relevant community
Correct.
resources. All right. Commissioner Gotanda?
This is number 170 that I'd like to add. And it just changes the words to say whether they can provide to how they can provide. So I think that's a little bit more of an action statement for our students.
So edit 170,
yep.
Which changes it from students may consider whether to improve, and it changes it to consider how to improve. Okay. Are there any other edits that members of the IQC would like to move forward or nominate to move forward pertaining to this part of Chapter 3? Commissioner Costa Hernandez.
Thank you. I have a question, just a request for clarification, and this is with regards to edits 154, 155, 156, and 157. And I noticed that like the first three are in conflict with each other, and the last kind of resolves. Can anyone from the team, the CD team, just briefly explain?
Sure. So we received these three competing edits that all sought to provide the additional identities that are represented, and so we attempted to just combine 154, 155, and 156, and that's reflected in 157. We realize it makes quite a wordy sentence, kind of, but we did seek to resolve the conflicting issues in order for you to discuss that today.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so are there any other comments from our state board liaisons or anybody else on the commission before we hear the summary of these nominated edits? Seeing no hands, I'll ask the CDE, will you please summarize the nominated edits for this section of Chapter 3?
So start with number 137, 138, 140, 141, 142, 144, 145, 146, 147, 148, 149, 151, 152, 153, 157, 159, 161, 165, 166, 167, 169, 170, 171. And that's it.
Thank you very much. So now it's time for SMC members and SMC members only. Please indicate using your Zoom hands up button if you are in agreement with moving the nominated edits for the second part of Chapter 3 forward.
We have 8, 9.
Majority.
Now, members of the commission, commissioners, please indicate using your Zoom hands up button if you agree with moving the nominated edits on the second part of Chapter 3 forward.
We have 16.
Majority.
All right. So now I believe it is time to take up the third and final part of Chapter 3. So the third and final part of Chapter 3. Are there any edits that members of the SMC would like to nominate to move forward? This is Chapter 3, pages 26 through 45 in the chapter, which is pages 55 through 67 in Attachment C. Essentially, we are talking about edits 174 through 225. Senator Allen.
I'll move the CD recommendations.
I second that. Are there any edits that any other members of the SMC would like to discuss or move forward for this section? I see a hand from Commissioner Tonkovich.
On page 28, line 730, for consistency, I think we should use the same heading we had in the other chapters, as in, unless I'm mistaken, guiding values and principles. Instead of key values, we had guiding values and principles. Do you know what I'm talking about? Unless I'm mistaken there.
Yes, you're right.
I do see what you're talking about, yes. Yeah, I should say guiding values and principles versus key values and principles. And I assume CDE will also be updating these itemized guiding values and principles based on the edits that we made.
That's correct. We will make the change throughout.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Tonkovich. Are there any other edits that any other members of the IQC would like to nominate to move forward on Chapter 3, pages 26 through 45 in the chapter, pages 55 through 67 in Attachment C? I will pause to give you a second to scroll. It's a lot of scrolling happening. Commissioner Young.
Thank you. Can we discuss, I think we're at 202. Is that a part of this chunk we're looking at right now?
Yes.
Okay. And I apologize, I have multiple screens I'm trying to look at, but let's see if I can find it real quick. The question in the proposed edit felt strong. And I was wondering about other commissioners' thoughts on revising it and moving to this question of what is the relationship between individual power and collective power?
Okay, so the draft as it currently stands, the question reads, what is the relationship between the individual and society? And edit 202 proposes to replace that question with what is the relationship between individual power and collective power? Commissioner Williamson?
I actually would support that change with what Commissioner Young had just proposed and moving 202 forward.
I agree. I second that, or third that, I guess, in this case. Senator Allen.
Well, I mean, could I get a better understanding as to why? I mean, the question of the individual and society is a different question, or well, maybe similar. I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to get a better understanding as to why you guys want to replace it.
That's a great question. My
view
of it is this is under Sample 3.
There is a complicated relationship between individual and society that I think that's maybe different than the way that you're talking about the phrasing here. And I don't know that we necessarily want to lose that. I mean, that's been a long-standing discussion in political philosophy that I think is fascinating and important, the relationship between the individual and society.
Yes, absolutely. I hear you on that. My view of it simply is that this is under sample theme number 3, which is systems of power. So I believe this new phrasing is more specific to that idea of system of power, but I could absolutely be wrong. Let me call on Commissioner Gotanda and then Board Member Rucker. Commissioner Gotanda?
Can I propose, I understand everyone's perspective on this one, so I appreciate Commissioner Young bringing this up, but I also see what Commissioner and Senator Allen is saying. So is it possible for us to add the question as opposed to replace? I'm trying to think of myself as, a former history teacher and how I would lead into this. And I think that Senator Allen's point about the relationship between the individual and society is an important point. And then it's an easy segue to then talk about systems of power within that individual versus societal.
Thank you. Former history teacher. Once a history teacher, always a history teacher. Remember that. Board Member Rucker.
Thank you very much. I was going to make the same suggestion that Commissioner Gotanda made, and I believe her idea is an important one. Remember, there's a context to this framework because it does support what is already in the history social science framework concerning the development of discussions on political philosophy for students. And so while reading John Stuart Mill and the Social Contract is not required reading for students in high school, the concepts of political philosophy are embedded in the history social science framework. And so adding the question, this is an opportunity where being additive and being expansive is a good idea, because these are the kinds of questions that teachers may not know how to pose, and giving them models of these types of questions would work very well.
Thank you. I'm certainly all right with adding it as a question. I don't know if anybody necessarily is against that or wants to comment on the decision to add the question versus replace the question.
So how would it read?
So I think it'd be question 1, what is the relationship between the individual and society? Question 2, what is the relationship between individual power and collective power? And then the remaining questions after that.
Commissioner Reston, I would like to suggest that we add it as question 3, just because I think it talks about society dividing people into groups, and then you can go into the power piece there.
Sure.
Sorry, Erin.
Thank you. No, I agree with that. This is Commissioner Williamson. I was just thinking the same thing as I was reading. It's like it fits perfectly there.
All right. So, are there any other thoughts on that or any other edits that any member of the IQC would like to nominate to move forward on Chapter 3, pages 26 through 45 in the chapter, pages 55 through 67 in Attachment C? I see a hand from Commissioner Tonkovich.
Well, this one is a small thing, but I think it goes to being concise, consistent, and aligned. On page 44, 44, lines 1071 through 1075, the wording in the summative assessments performance tasks, they're a little bit repetitive. And if you notice, if you go to the next page on 1094 student learning outcomes, students will demonstrate what they know and are able to do. So I'm suggesting, going back up to the summative assessment performance task, we insert that instead of what will students be able to do? What are students able to know, or what are students to know and be able to do at the end of the unit? And I would include to be successful, and then take off that last part and then continue plan backwards from your summative assessments, period. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree with that.
So you're not proposing that we remove language around the student learning outcomes and formative assessments. You're proposing to add that part that you just said into this box of summative assessment / performance tasks.
Yes, to align the wording and the outcomes with the wording in the summative assessment performance task.
Okay, I see.
But also moving to be successful before the plan backwards, and then just stop at plan backwards from your summative assessments. Because keeping in mind what students will need to be successful, to me, is the same thing as what will students need to know and be able to do at the end of the unit. And I would just continue to be successful, period, plan backwards from your summative assessments, period. But, you know, as long as the wording's aligned, I'm fine.
Okay. So if I'm hearing you right now at the very end, it says what students will need to be successful. Are you saying move that or add that again at the end of that question about what will students be able to do at the end of the unit? Bless you.
All right, this is how I would do it. I would put the second sentence, what will students know and be able to do at the end of the unit to be successful, period. Plan backwards from your summative assessments, period. That's my suggestion.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Tonkovich, could you repeat that a little more slowly so I can capture the language?
Yes, I'm sorry. So the first sentence remains, identify when the summative assessments will be given and indicate where it will be administered in the appropriate week, period. What will students know and be able to do at the end of the unit to be successful, period. Plan backwards from your summative assessment, period. Well, I'm not sure the second sentence. Let me go back. I'm having trouble escaping here to go back to my.
I see a hand from Commissioner Costa Hernandez, so I'm going to call on her in case she has something to say about this particular edit here. Commissioner Costa Hernandez?
Thank you. This is not a hill I'm going to die on, but I want to say that I see a difference in that the point of keeping in mind what students need to be successful, to me, alludes to what supports and scaffolds and will they need to achieve what you've identified as the outcome or your indicators of success, or that they've learned what you wanted them to learn. So it's slightly different, but I would go with whatever the group decides.
I see a hand from, back to Commissioner Tonkovich.
No, I agree with Commissioner Costa Hernandez. So let's do this then. Second sentence, what will students know and be able to do at the end of the unit? Question mark. Plan backwards from your summative assessments, keeping in mind what students will need to be successful, period. No, because I understand the distinction. Thank you for pointing that out, Commissioner Costa Hernandez.
All right. So then before we get the summary of nominated edits, are there any last edits for this chapter or any comments from our state board liaisons pertaining to these nominated edits? Assemblymember Weber.
Yes, I wanted to go back up to 187, I think it is. It seems to be that that one started in one direction and ended up somewhere else. And I think the CDE recommendations kind of say the same thing. Starts off talking about the model minority, which I think is an extremely important concept in Asian American studies. And then it ends up all over the place with examples and things that have absolutely appear to be nothing to do with the model minority. Is there a reason why, other than we're trying very hard to include everybody? When we give an example of the model minority myth, and then it's historical and contemporary implications for Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders, and then it says the experiences, it goes on from there. So I'm just trying to figure out how does all that fit together? Does anyone know?
I do not. So I don't know if Executive Director Coates
says the proposed edit conflicts with the below, so I don't know what that's that does too. But I just saw it all together, and I was trying to hook all these things back together, and they didn't. Either it's the way it's written, or either the subjects or the topics don't really gel together to keep us focused on this whole concept of that as one of the questions that could be asked. I don't know.
Yes, so this language is in the current draft. And so maybe it would help if we pull it up and I can share screen. I think the intent was just to provide it. This section wasn't specific to any one discipline. So I'll just pull it up so you can see. So let me actually first start here. So we have the sample theme of identity. We have the questions there. There's some framing language regarding adolescence in that period. And then here is the paragraph that you're referring to. Mm-hmm. And then these are options for additional exploration. So they are varied, and they're not about, they're not specific to any one discipline.
Okay, so that okay.
So just to clarify, so that means what we're seeing here aren't intended to be examples of model minority myth, but
so there's something else. Okay.
Right.
Yeah. It's kind of weird, but okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Tonkovich.
Thank you. I wanted to go back to my last edit, please, because after Commissioner Costa Hernandez, I did not want to be successful twice. Could you please check that, please? Oh, okay. Oh, excellent. Thank you. Perfect. Thank you.
So I think we're ready to hear a summary of all the nominated edits. So CDE, will you please summarize the nominated edits for this part of Chapter 3?
Okay. So starting with waiting for Cliff to scroll. Okay, so the first is number 177 and 179, 183A, 186, 187, 192, 94, 195, 196, number 198, 199, 200, 202, 208, 210, 214, 217, 218, 219, 221A.
All right.
I believe that's it.
Thank you very much. All right, so SMC members only. Please indicate using your Zoom hands up button if you are in agreement with moving the nominated edits for this third part of Chapter 3 forward.
There are 9.
All right, I believe that is majority. Commissioners, please indicate using your Zoom hands up button if you agree with moving the nominated edits on the third part of Chapter 3 forward.
There are 15.
Majority.
All right. So now it's time to move on to Chapter 4. Executive Director Coates, will you please provide remarks on Chapter 4?
Sure. So Chapter 4 is the bibliography. So it's important to note that a bibliography is used to reference the materials actually utilized in the creation of the document. We include and edit to have the appropriate reference for a resource by an author. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do actually want to point out that it's my understanding that the citation from yesterday regarding the definition of race, that citation has been offered by Commissioner Young to Department of Ed. So that citation is taken care of. So now, SMC members, are there any edits that you would like to nominate to move forward on Chapter 4 in its entirety, which is pages 68 through 70 in Attachment C? I would like to propose that we move forward with each of the CDE recommendations for Chapter 4.
I'm sorry, I failed at my traditional role.
Yes, I was waiting for the hand, and
you got a text.
What happened? What happened?
I apologize.
All right. Are there any other edits that any members of the SMC or the IQC would like to nominate to move forward pertaining to Chapter 4 in its entirety, pages 68 through 70? All right, are there any comments from our State Board liaisons pertaining to proposed edits for Chapter 4? All right, CDE, will you please summarize the nominated edits?
All right, so we have number 228, 229, and 231.
Thank you. All right, SMC members only, please indicate using your Zoom hands up button if you are in agreement with moving the nominated edits for Chapter 4 forward.
There are 8.
Majority. I'm failing as well. Majority. Thank you.
I'm relying on y'all. It's getting towards lunchtime. I get it. All right. Commissioners, full commission now. Please indicate using your Zoom hands up button if you agree with moving the nominated edits for Chapter 4 forward.
There's 16.
Majority. Commissioner Reston, I think this would be a great time for a lunch break.
I agree wholeheartedly.
Let us do 45 minutes, if that is acceptable to you.
All right, so 45 minutes. By my look at things, that means we will report back at 12:25.
Yes.
I see a hand from Commissioner Pantai. I don't know if you simply didn't lower your hand. Okay, there we go.
Sorry.
All right. Lunch. We will reconvene at 12:25.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Acting Chair Munoz.
Present.
Commissioner Andre.
Here.
Commissioner Estorga Almanza.
Here.
Commissioner Chapman.
Present.
Commissioner Costa Hernandez.
Here.
Commissioner Fairchild.
Here.
Commissioner Friedman.
Here.
Commissioner Gotanda.
Here.
Commissioner Jarvis.
Here.
Commissioner Pantai.
Here.
Commissioner Renteria.
Here.
Commissioner Reston.
Here.
Commissioner Tonkovich.
Present.
Commissioner Williamson.
Here.
Commissioner Young.
Here.
Student Member Howard. Assembly Member Weber.
Here.
Senator Allen.
Here.
State Board Member Recker.
Here.
State Board Member Strauss.
Here.
State Board Member Glover Woods.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Reston, will you please continue with the History Social Science Subject Matter Committee meeting?
Sure. Welcome back, everybody. We'll now move on to Appendix A. Executive Director Coates, will you please provide remarks on Appendix A?
Yes. So Appendix A includes the UC CSU A through G outlines required in the legislation. Additional outlines were added in September to provide samples that included English, literature, and honors courses, as well as an additional Introduction to Ethnic Studies course. We originally intended to include public school outlines that embraced the diversity of California. We found there were not sufficient outlines available to do so. We do see this as an invitation to local educational agencies to fill this gap and submit their course outlines to UCCSU through the A through G approval process. I also want to note that we are unable to modify language in the course outlines. So one of the recommendations that we asked the IQC to move forward today is to remove the CP Introduction to Ethnic Studies course outline because we cannot modify the language. Additionally, we ask that you consider moving this appendix more towards the end of the document to allow for the pedagogy chapter, which is chapter 3, and the sample lessons and topics section to follow, to be close to one another, whereas this chapter would then come afterwards. Back to you.
Thank you. All right, so are there any edits that members of the SMC would like to nominate to move forward on Appendix A in its entirety, pages 70 to 74 in Attachment C? I see a hand from Commissioner Howard.
I actually just have a clarifying question. So we can't edit the language at all. Does that include adding or taking away footnotes as well?
I think that there would be multiple footnotes that we would want to add, not just for the one course outline that we are requesting, but in multiple cases. And so I think that that would be maybe a path we wouldn't want to go on, just because of the numerous amount of footnotes that would then likely be added to the course outlines.
Understood. Thank you.
Senator Allen.
Yeah, okay, so I'd like to move the CD recommendations, but I think I'd like to also add item 234. Given all the comments, people really like the LAUSD Ethnic Studies course, and I think that's a worthwhile one for us to consider for inclusion. That's item 234.
Thank you. Are there any other edits from any other members of the SMC for Appendix A? All right. Are there any edits from other members of the IQC pertaining to Appendix A in its entirety, pages 70 to 74?
I have a clarifying question. For the Los Angeles Unified School District Ethnic Studies course, is it an approved UC A through G course, or is it, I don't have clarification that it's actually on the UC CSU list.
I thought it was, but certainly, someone should verify that before we include it.
Okay, well, maybe we can just put a note there that we can include it after verifying.
That's fine with me.
Okay.
All right. Any other comments or edits from the commission as a whole pertaining to Appendix A? All right. Any comments from our state board liaisons? All right.
So I did have one comment, Commissioner Rustin.
Sure.
So I actually, when we go back to check on the LA Unified Appendix, I thought it was their guiding principles that was originally recommended. So I would just ask CD staff to just take a look at that and see whether there are two different documents or whether it's just a course outline.
There are actually multiple documents. It's both. In this instance, for line edit 235, it was a course outline.
All right. Commissioner Howard.
Thank you. I have another clarifying question. So I saw in 249, in edit 249, that grammatical errors will be fixed later. So does that mean, I noticed one thing in Appendix A that was just a short grammatical error. Does that get weeded out now, or do we leave that for now?
We can leave those for now. We catch all of those in the editing process.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right. CDE, will you please summarize the nominated edits for Appendix A?
We have edits 233, 234, pending confirmation, 235, and 236.
Thank you. SMC members only, please indicate using your Zoom hands up button if you are in agreement with moving the nominated edits for Appendix A forward.
We have 9.
Majority.
Thank you. Commissioners, please indicate using your Zoom hands up feature if you agree with moving the nominated edits for Appendix A forward.
We have 17.
Majority.
Thank you. All right, so now we will move on to Appendix B. Executive Director Coates, will you please provide remarks on Appendix B?
Certainly. So Appendix B includes sample lessons and topics for ethnic studies. If you'll recall, yesterday, Dr. Daniel Lee, Deputy Superintendent of Equity, spoke yesterday regarding the purpose of this entire section, it's important to clarify the resources and materials contained in Appendix B. The point of all of the resources in Appendix B is not to other or separate any identities or ethnicities. To this point, we were intentional to include all of the sample lesson plans in this location. What you see in Appendix B is a recommendation to expand the set of resources that uplift additional voices and identities that intersect with the 4 core disciplines of ethnic studies. When we get to this section, because I know we're getting into the portion of the conversation where things will intersect. So when we get to it, we encourage you to read the preface, the narrative that expands the language in Appendix B and serves as a bridge for educators to make some of these important and complex connections. So when in this section, Commissioner Rustin will start us off first with line edits, and then we will discuss the new lessons that were submitted. I also want to point out that there have been additional lessons submitted that are available in the box link that were submitted prior to the deadline of November 13th noon cutoff in order to go to U.S. public comment. So the AAPI School Board Members Association provided additional edits to the Model Minority Myth lesson plan, which reframes the stereotyping activity. If that lesson is recommended by this body, they've also proposed additional line edits to Chapter 3 that accompany that lesson. Further, there was an additional lesson plan submitted regarding Arab American Studies on 11/13. Additionally, a lesson was submitted by the Trans and Queer Racial and Educational Justice Coalition. CDE has not been able to thoroughly review all of the documents as they were submitted at the 11/13 date prior to this meeting, but they are available for IQC discussion. And finally, we understand that there are some desired edits to the Filipino farm workers movement lesson. We would like to, if it pleases this body, we would like to continue to work on line edits to correct some errors in that lesson and strengthen the plan. And that is all. Thank you.
Thank you. So if I could just ask, just to be clear, the additional lessons which have been submitted, I believe there are like 29 or 30 of them. Eventually, the understanding is they will all be part of this same section with these existing lessons. So if I'm a teacher in this model curriculum, the current iteration, if I were to pick it up and open up to the section on lesson plans, they'd all be in the same, generally same location of the curriculum. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes,
okay.
That is correct.
Great, thank you. I see a hand from Commissioner Friedman.
Yeah, I'm just not clear about the process here, and so I have a couple of questions just to understand how this is being structured.
Go ahead.
What is the table of contents for all these lesson plans, and how are we addressing this feeling that a lot of people were expressing about the A list and the B list? And I think Tony Thurman used the word some kind of bridge section. I don't understand how all of this fits together and how the table of contents works. And so could you describe that for me? And secondly, structurally, so we understand how this all fits together. And secondly, I just didn't understand what you were saying exactly about the cutoff. There was a November 13th deadline, and so things that were submitted then, they didn't have a chance to go through the whole CDE process and have us read it and the public read it, and so they're not included?
Yes, that's correct. So I'll start. There was a lot there, and I will try to address each of those succinctly. So first, I will say my comments were regarding the totality of Appendix B. We're going to be taking it in sections. The first section we're going to be discussing are for line edits that are directly related to the field review draft just as we have been. We will walk through in the same way that we have. The second portion is regarding the lesson plans, and that's when we're going to get into the discussion of, the lesson plans that this body would like to move forward, as well as the general structure of what is currently Appendix B, which contains all sample lesson plans, and that CDE is recommending include to contain all sample lesson plans, meaning there would be no separate appendix. CDE has also provided framing language that we will look at and pull up so that you can see what framing language there is in order to bring in additional identities and experiences and lift those up, and that potentially go beyond the 4 disciplines. In terms of the entire structure of the document, I think it probably would be best to, and we do have a table of contents that will show you what the table of contents now, the master table of contents for the September draft. And so I think it's probably best to talk about structure at the end, once we have secured the line edits, once we have secured the lesson plans, once we have secured the language, then we can look at what it means in terms of placement and if there should be any structural changes to the document. In terms of submissions, our agenda states very clearly, in our agenda, which we post 10 days prior to the meeting, states very clearly that public comment that's received by November 13th by noon will be forwarded to commissioners. We have been accessing that public comment throughout this process, throughout the day and yesterday, as commissioners have looked at certain public comments and put it up for discussion. The public has access to that public comment, as they do to all of the public comment that we have been discussing. Do you have any additional questions, or is there something additional I can clarify?
So the materials that came in late, those are available to look at, but CDE has not reviewed them yet.
We have not. They haven't got. They weren't received prior to the posting, so that's right. We haven't had an opportunity to do as in depth as we have the materials that we posted with our item.
So they would require CD review. So they're kind of pending items, it sounds like.
They would require additional review.
Okay. All right, so they're set aside for now, and then we can look at them, and then CD will look at them later. And then the structure issue that I asked about, we'll talk about that at the end.
We will.
Okay, thank you very much.
No problem.
Board Member Strauss? I thought I saw Board Member Strauss's hand, perhaps. Very good. All right, so we will begin.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
Commissioner Rushton, I just wanted to clarify. So we appreciate so many of the lesson plans that people and groups have submitted so that we have a rich resource. I'm just wondering, Director Coates, like how the CD, what's the timeline for CDE to deal with lesson plans that you have not vetted yet, but could in fact be included in the ethnic studies model curriculum?
Well, we do get into a timeline issue. So we have our plan pending the action of this advisory body would be to post the revised document by the end of the first week of December for an additional public comment period. So it may be useful if public comments or lesson plans are submitted during that public comment period to allow for that additional review prior to this final draft going to the State Board of Education. However, it is the IQC that needs to give us the direction of what you would like us to do with the submitted lessons in general.
All right, thank you. I see a hand from Senator Allen.
Is it appropriate to move the CD recommendations at this point?
Not just yet.
Not
Let
yet,
me just
okay.
specify.
I'm so excited about playing my role.
I appreciate you. You're ready. You're on it. I appreciate you. All right. So because of the size of Appendix B and the number of edits, we will take the edits for this chapter in multiple sections. We will hold the additional suggested lessons for last. Are there any edits that members of the SMC would like to nominate to move forward on Appendix B, pages 1 through 18? So this is pages 74 through 84 in Attachment C. This is the portion that takes us up to the start of African American Studies section. So we're talking about edits 252 through 298. Senator Allen?
Okay, so I would like to move the CD recommendations, but I actually, but I also think we need to move item 256 as well, given the fact that we adopted item number 44 earlier. So it just kind of gets it into we get those two. We get Appendix B into compliance with Chapter 1.
Correct. And it's my understanding that once we approve the edits from Chapter 1, that those changes to the guiding values and principles will be updated throughout the entirety of the curriculum.
Great. Thank you.
All right. So are there any edits to this portion of Appendix B that anybody else on the SMC would like to move forward? Commissioner Pantai.
This is a minor. I'm looking at item 282. I love the fact that they recommended the minor grammatical fix. I just want to make clear that the purpose of this particular lesson is a focus on your or the student's own family migration. And it's important that we encompass students who may be adopted, students who don't know their own story. So how can we modify the language here? I'm looking at the page 8, Appendix B, page 8, line 161 to 163. I would like to add and or, which seems to be suggested in the item 283 and 284 below, and or community. I think that's the phrase that we're going for. Like the essential question is, how does your family and or community story, if they don't have connection to their immediate family, if they were adopted or whatever, that they could reach out to a community story or migration instead?
Yeah, I love that. I'm reminded of previous meetings where you echoed a similar sentiment. I don't remember which curriculum it was for, but as somebody who teaches many foster students and many students in group homes, I second that. So you're saying we should change it, line 160, I think it's 162, learn more about their families and or communities' migration histories.
Correct.
Yes, I'm on board with that. All right, are there any other edits pertaining to this portion of Appendix B that members of the SMC would like to move forward? All right, let me open it up to the rest of the IQC. Are there any edits that any other members of the commission would like to nominate to move forward from Appendix B, pages 1 through 18, which pertains to edits 252 through 298? All right, are there any comments from our state board liaisons pertaining to this portion of Appendix B? I think we are ready. CDE, will you please summarize the nominated edits for this portion of Appendix B?
All right, we begin with number 256, then 257, 263, 265, 267, 275, 282 with the small addition noted, 283, 284, 290, 293, 296, and I think that takes us through this section.
Thank you very much. SMC members only, please indicate using your Zoom hands up button if you are in agreement with moving the nominated edits for the first part of Appendix B forward.
We have 8.
Majority.
Thank you. Commissioners, please indicate using your Zoom hands up button if you agree with moving the nominated edits on the first part of Appendix B forward.
We have 16.
Majority.
Thank you. All right, so now it's time to take up the second part of Appendix B. Are there any edits that members of the SMC would like to nominate to move forward on Appendix B, pages 19 through 33 in the chapter? This is pages 84 through 95 in Attachment C. This is the portion that takes us to the end of African American Studies section. So we're talking about edits number 299 through 349. Senator Allen?
I'll recommend the CD recommendations.
Thank you. I second that. Are there any other edits that members of the SMC would like to nominate to move forward from Appendix B, pages 19 through 33? Again, those are edits number 299 through 349. Are there any edits that other members of the IQC would like to nominate to move forward on Appendix B, pages 19 through 33? Are there any comments from our State Board liaisons? All right. CDE, will you please summarize the nominated edits for this portion of Appendix B?
All right, they begin with 299 and then continue through 302, 303, 304, 305, 306, 314, 321, 325, 328, 329, 330, 331, 332, 333, 335, 336, 337, 338, 339, 340, 341, 342, 343, 344, 345, 346, 347, 348, and 349.
Thank you. SMC members and only SMC members, please indicate using your Zoom hands up button if you are in agreement with moving the nominated edits for the second part of Appendix B forward.
We have 9.
Majority.
Thank you. Commissioners, please indicate using your Zoom hands up button if you are in agreement with moving the nominated edits on the second part of Appendix B forward.
We have 16.
Majority.
Thank you. So now it's time to take up the third part of Appendix B. Are there any edits that members of the SMC would like to nominate to move forward on Appendix B, pages 34 through 113 in the chapter? That's pages 95 through 106 in Attachment C. And this portion takes us to the end of the Asian American and Pacific Islander Studies section. So we're talking about edits 350 through 391. Commissioner Howard.
Thank you. Is it possible to propose a new edit?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so my document downloaded a little bit weird, so I don't have the line number, but it should be page 102, sample lesson 11, the I am poems. Is that the correct page number? Would anybody be able to provide the line numbers for those?
I see students will create I am poems.
Yeah.
On my version of the document, which is the September 2020 version, that begins at line 2073.
Okay. That portion I feel is similar to the comment that was made earlier by Commissioner Pantai. I feel that that section is not particularly inclusive of different family situations. I was going to say, I don't know if from an educator's perspective that that's something that's sort of left up to discretion, but it looks like earlier and in different places in the curriculum, we make clarifications for that. So I propose that we do the same here.
Thank you. So are you referring to the line where it says names of relatives, especially ones that link you to your past?
Yes. As well as the names of food and dishes that are always at family gatherings, sayings and beliefs repeated often in your family. I feel that all of those are not particularly inclusive.
Yes. Very good point. Are there any suggestions from anybody for how to make sure that the language here for these I am poems, that the language is inclusive? I see a hand from Commissioner Allen and from Senator Allen, apologies, and Commissioner Gotanda.
Yeah,
Senator.
I was just suggesting maybe do something similar to what we just did, which is to basically say and or your community. So so family and or community.
All right, I like that. Commissioner Gotanda?
I was going to say something similar, but I think for sayings and beliefs, repeated often, or you can just say that are important to you. I don't know if there's sayings and beliefs in the community per se, if they're not part of a community organization such as a church or something like that. So sayings or beliefs that are important to you to make it more personal for the students.
I like that.
Commissioner Howard?
I would also say that even for the first bullet point in the portion about the I am poems, which is about items commonly found around the home or yard growing up, we don't include that here, but I think that maybe it should be included because for students who've not had a consistent home, there may not be items that are commonly found.
What is the proposed change, please?
So Commissioner Howard, how would you propose we change for that first bullet point or that first item there? So, go ahead.
I think maybe we could say items commonly found around your home. Maybe items that are important to you, items that are important to the student, or that were important to them during their childhood, something like that. If anybody has more refined language for that, please do propose it.
Commissioner Gotanda.
I was going to say items that were important to you growing up, or items that have had importance in your upbringing, something like that. Similar.
I like that. Commissioner Howard, what do you think about that? Items that were important in your upbringing, or items that were important to you growing up?
I think that works wonderfully.
Great.
I just changed the significance so we're not repeating the word important twice.
Great, thank you. All right, so that is a edit that has been nominated to move forward. Are there other edits that other members of the SMC would like to nominate to move forward? Senator Allen?
Yeah, I'll move in addition to that one, the CD recommendations.
Thank you. I second that. I would like to alter one word in edit 355. So 355 changes the definition of interpersonal racism to read. It says, examples of interpersonal racism include the following: what some members of an ethnic group do to members of a different ethnic group. So I would like to change ethnic group to racialized group, because sometimes members of separate ethnic groups are still within the same category of race. So if one of my Nigerian American students says something to one of my students from Ghana, that's not necessarily interpersonal racism. They are different ethnic groups, but that wouldn't be interpersonal racism. So if we say members of one racial group or one racialized group to another, I think that would be more accurate. Senator Allen?
That's totally fine with me, but I certainly prefer racial.
Sure. Racial group, I'm fine with that too. I personally prefer racialized because just in keeping with race being a non-scientific social construction, racialized simply means we're looking at them as different races, even though scientifically, biologically, they're not. But I'm fine either way. I think educators will know either way.
Well, I mean, that's an interesting point. But the problem with that is that so I understand why you're using the term racialized, because your point is that it's being imposed upon them. But we can deconstruct this so far. I mean, it almost makes me think we should say members of one group, make comments about a group of another group, because is it just race that can cause, do you have to be, I don't know. This is.
I absolutely hear. I think just here it says for examples of interpersonal racism. So if it's specifically an example of racism that's interpersonal, I think that's why it would be racial group instead of ethnic group, or instead of, religious group to another religious group, or what have you. I hear you. I think just right here for this definition of interpersonal racism, because I think the original example, I think it said something about a white person to another person. So I think the move is basically to not have it be seen as something that only white Americans do or could do. So I think that's why this edit is here in the first place, I'm assuming. So just, saying one racial group to another versus white people to non-white people, or one ethnic group to another ethnic group. To me, that's the more precise language, but I'm definitely open to hearing others on that. I just think ethnic group to ethnic group is not interpersonal racism.
I got it.
All right, so anybody else on the commission? Any other edits that members of the IQC would like to nominate to move forward, or obviously any input about the proposed edits that we've already proposed to move forward? All right, any comments from our state board liaisons? I see a hand from board member Glover Woods.
Thank you, Commissioner Weston. I just wanted to just underscore and applaud the level of conversation in recognizing that we have students that have a variety of different family structures, backgrounds, and just the level of care and conversation that has taken place to be sure that the language that is reflected in this curriculum recognizes that.
Indeed, thank you. All right, so I believe it's time for CDE to please summarize for us the nominated edits for this section of Appendix B.
All right, we begin with 350 and continue through 351, 354, 355 as edited, 358, 361, 362, 363, 365, 368, 369, 370, 372, 373, 374, 375, 376, 378, 379, 380, 381, 382, 383, 384, 385, 386, 387, 388, 388A, which is a new addition, and then 391.
Thank you. All right, SMC members only, please indicate using the Zoom hands up button if you are in agreement with moving the nominated edits for the third part of Appendix B forward.
We have 9.
Majority.
Thank you. Commissioners, please indicate using your Zoom hands up button if you are in agreement with moving the nominated edits on the third part of Appendix B forward.
We have 16.
Majority.
Thank you. All right, so now it's time to take up the fourth part of Appendix B. Are there any edits that members of the SMC would like to nominate to move forward on Appendix B, pages 114 through 144 in the chapter, which pertains to pages 106 through 115 in Attachment C? And this portion takes us to the end of the chapter. So we're talking about edits 392 through 412, and also edit 445 on page 125 of Attachment C. Senator Allen?
Yeah, I'll move the CD recommendations.
Thank you. Are there any other proposed edits that any other members of the SMC would like to nominate to move forward? All right. Are there any edits that other members of the IQC would like to nominate to move forward on Appendix B, pages 114 through 144 in the chapter, which is page 106 through 115 in Attachment C? Are there any comments from our State Board liaisons? All right, well, it is time for a summary. CDE, will you please summarize the nominated edits?
Yes, so we begin with 392 and continue to 393, 394, 395, 396, 397, 398. Sorry, I think we're behind a little bit on the highlighting here. Also, that would be 400, 401, 402, 403.
One moment. Let's let our scrolling catch up for just a moment.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
And we continue with 406, 408, 409, 410, 411. And then the reason there's a gap is because there were these lessons, and then 445, which is this one got a little bit out of order, apologize. And 445.
All right, thank you very much. SMC members, and only SMC members, please indicate using your Zoom hands up button if you are in agreement with moving the nominated edits for the fourth part of Appendix B forward.
We have 8.
Majority.
Thank you. Commissioners, please indicate using your Zoom hands up button if you agree with moving the nominated edits on the fourth part of Appendix B forward.
16.
Majority.
Thank you. All right. Now let's take up the lessons that were submitted for possible inclusion in Appendix B. Many of these are listed in Attachment C on pages 78 and pages 116 through 126. But I suggest we use Attachment D for this discussion, since some of the lessons were provided either before or after the September field review, and and are therefore not included in Attachment C. The CDE has provided recommendations for some lessons in Attachment C and has suggested edits to many of the submitted lessons. Those suggested edits were included in a subfolder called Edited Lessons within the link that was provided at the top of Attachment D. Note also that CDE has provided some additional framing language to consider for insertion with some of the submitted lessons in Appendix B. The framing language was provided as Attachment E. During this time, we will determine the lessons to move forward and also indicate if there are any line edits to those lessons. Are there any lessons that members of the SMC would like to nominate for insertion into Appendix B? So, myself, as a teacher, I think more the merrier. I propose that each of the lessons that have been edited by CDE and have been checked by CDE move forward and be inserted into this same section with the existing sample lessons, which is known as Appendix B. One section for all of these lessons. Commissioner Williamson.
I'd like to second that thought. I think that's a great idea.
Are there any edits that any other members of the IQC would like to nominate for insertion into Appendix B? All right. Are there any comments from our school state board liaisons?
I'll just say one comment, Commissioner Rustin. I agree with the recommendation that all the lessons that get reviewed by CDE and meet their guidelines should be included.
Yes, thank you. All right, I'm just pausing in case anybody needs time to scroll through the different attachments and make sure they know what they're looking at. It's a lot of attachments, a lot of scrolling. I do believe we are good. All right. CDE, will you please summarize the nominated edits?
The action thus far has been to include all of the lessons in Attachment D, that's numbers 1 through 29, that were received and edited by CDE as indicated on this table into Appendix B. So at the moment, the action is just to add. Whether or not you want to address the issue of the framing language in edit number 447 has not yet been addressed.
All right, thank you. I'm looking at edit 447. I don't know if anybody on the History SMC or on the IQC has any particular thoughts or comments or questions about that additional framing language. Seeing no hands. All right, take that to mean that we are in approval of moving that recommendation forward as part of what CDE just summarized for us. I see a hand from Assemblymember Weber.
Right. I just wanted to ask, just to make sure as I'm looking at these that are being added and what have you, all of these, I assume, because it says a lot of things are intentionally left blank and I'm not sure why, but want to make sure that all of these is somehow or another have some connection, which is what we said in the beginning, to the four main concepts, that they're just not off by themselves, but actually incorporated in those particular areas of study, and therefore, basically address those issues, or how would they be incorporated in if they're not listed with any particular one? There are a number of things that deal with general in a larger sense, much more than something that's associated with AAPIs or with African American. How are they are they still integrated into those four basic concepts, or how are we justifying their inclusion is what I'm asking.
So I think that if we can take a look then at the language of attachment E, because that attachment provides the framing. Just give us a moment. Okay, so this is the language that we're proposing, and that is currently nominated to move forward. This portion would be at the beginning of the appendix. You can see that this paragraph is actually also included in Chapter 1. We felt that it was a good place to remind folks, especially for those who may just be looking directly at this appendix because they want to see the lesson plans. It reminds of the 4 themes. And then we have a conversation regarding fostering democratic classrooms, civic engagement, affirming the identities of students, exploring and embracing your own community, a discussion regarding the risks of a single story, and sharing a wide picture of democratic participation and widening our universe of obligation, and then finally seeking models of interethnic bridge building. And so it is the CDE recommendation that the lessons that were submitted be included, and we feel like the language here in attachment E provides that framing given the headings that I just provided.
Okay, and I think I'm hoping it's somewhere in here as I'm looking at it, that all of these courses are supposedly core to the ethnic studies field, which is the ethnic groups that are in the core, which are the 4 main groups that we've identified. Is that correct?
Well, I believe that there is a lesson on Jewish American intersectionality that would not necessarily be core, a part of one of the 4 traditional disciplines. So I think there's discussion around that, but we felt that it was, prudent to include them.
Even though they're outside of the core.
Right, because if you look at just in terms of the statute and the SVE guidelines, it seemed to lend itself to honoring the 4 traditional disciplines, but allowing space for voices of additional voices to speak to their experiences, including marginalization that may have occurred, or bigotry or discrimination that may have occurred, but that they may or may not have been part of the traditional discipline.
I understand that, but and I understand at least my understanding when I was speaking with the superintendent, it may be totally incorrect, but my understanding is that there would be this bridge, this concept that's there, but it still would be built around ethnic studies, which is the 4 groups, because when you start breaking out and you have one over here that has the topic itself may be a good and important topic, but it's not tied back to the group, then we run the risk of basically having one group preferenced over another group that's not included. And that's what always gets us into trouble. versus making sure that the groups that are being included, that there is some connection. And even though there's stories told and so forth and so on, but there is connection to it so that we don't run the concept that ethnic studies all of a sudden, which becomes everything to everybody, which of course I argue against because it is a discipline in itself. But it does have intersectional kinds of issues, whether it's dealing with women in general or whether it's dealing with the issue of discrimination and others feeling the same thing, but it emanates from these 4 core groups that we've identified as ethnic studies. So I am concerned as I look at some of this that the connection is not always clear and pronounced. And as a result, if we continue in this direction and we keep accepting every course outline that comes along, we run the risk of diluting what ethnic studies has been traditionally, but also we run the risk of excluding people who believe they should be included, that we've excluded because we said they were not a part of ethnic studies. And so in order for me to justify why all these courses are there, there needs to be something that ties it back or makes sure that they will tie it back to the 4 groups. And I think it's possible to do it, but I'm just saying the way it looks at this point, all of it is not tied back. And that, in my mind, provides some difficulty for me to justify why I would include a number of them in the conversation.
I see a hand from Board Member Strauss.
So, just to follow up on what Assemblywoman Weber said, the statutes and the guidelines do speak to inclusion and customization at the local level. So I think that might help support the inclusion and understand that locally there will be, I expect a tailoring of the choice of lessons and resources to address the context of their local community. So I do think that inclusion is really guided in that guideline. So I just wanted to share that.
Yeah, I would, and I had the same conversation with not only some others, but as well that surely what we have locally in terms of the folks that are in the environment and that are there should surely drive some of the conversation, but it should not drive it away from the 4 groups in which we say we're studying ethnic studies by. In other words, if I'm in a school, in other words, I should not walk into a school and discover that ethnic studies has nothing to do with African Americans, Native Americans, Latino Americans, and API. That this course is going on. Why? Because the only people in the room are white, or the only people in the room are Armenians, or whatever it may be. And so therefore we have tailored our whole curriculum to that under the supposed guise of ethnic studies, simply because they are the local folks that's there. But it does say that those 4, that somehow or other there should be an intersection between this community, the Armenians, with what's happening with African Americans or Latinos or whatever, that it has to come back to it in order to justify the fact that it is an ethnic studies course. And so my concern, and I said some while ago, is that if we say it is localized, then there is no ethnic studies because whatever is in that community is what they're going to talk about. And that sometimes misleads folks into not believing that they have to at least adhere to the concept of ethnic studies for the 4 groups and the principles that are there in those 4 groups that can impact almost a significant number of those who are also suffering from the same kinds of levels of discrimination or exclusion or whatever. So even though it's localized, I think the local concept is only to allow students to understand what is going on with the 4 groups. And therefore they can relate back to it, but not necessarily to ever think that ethnic studies has nothing to do with the 4 groups, and then the curriculum moves forward in those schools because that's who's in the school. And I think that is dangerous for us to do because it really does not adhere to the purpose and the content of ethnic studies.
Thank you. I see a hand from Senator Allen.
I mean, I don't know that I read it this way. I mean, the way I'm seeing it, CDE has rather elegantly addressed all of these community challenges that we've had from various groups, but while still keeping the 4 groups that you mentioned at the heart of the curriculum, but allowing for for there to be lessons added in about various groups. So I guess I just don't see there being any way that anyone who could read and utilize this curriculum could somehow, teach a course of ethnic studies and not include African American experience. I mean, that would just be such a violation of the spirit and letter of this curriculum that we're passing. So I totally hear you on, and I understand, there's like a slippery slope argument. I get that, but I see this as a kind of elegant way that CDE has found to maintain fealty to the 4 key groups while also being a little bit more inclusive.
Well, and I understand that, and I understand the conflict that's gone on for however long this has been having a conversation for over a year, and I understand that. But I think having been in some of the conversations and listened to some of the issues that are being brought, there are still folks who believe that ethnic studies, and some even probably maybe, I don't know who's doing these things, who believe ethnic studies is any person who they believe is quote unquote ethnic. And even though that becomes a very broad and sweeping definition, or that anyone who has ever suffered any level of discrimination is an ethnic person. And so we've had these kind of ongoing conversations. And I'm just saying that, and it's not that big, it is a big deal to the extent that, not that I would take any of these courses out, but they have to, I think at some point they need to be tied to those topics in order to say this is ethnic studies, and it's opening up for others to share the similar experience or to express it so that people understand that the level of discrimination or racism is not only here, but it emanates from here and it spreads to other areas. And so that's my like I said, that's my concern, is that even in the preference that was just given, we talk about it, but we don't really go back. We say it's ethnic studies, but we don't go back to the fact that these courses have to relate in some way to the core topics of ethnic studies, so that we don't find ourselves later on, because I know there's always institutional amnesia with regards to whether or not this really has to tie back, that there's a connection to it, and then we find ourselves with these courses that are out there or experiences that are standalone experiences that are courses, and then it grows, and then someone says, but it's supposed to be related to the local group, to the local, what the local situation is. And we've emphasized that. And that local situation, given the kind of discrimination or given the kind of segregation that we currently have in our schools, may not have anything to do with the 4 people that are basically what ethnic studies is about and what brought it into existence. So there needs to be some kind of language that constantly reminds us that these courses have connections. If this is a bridge, it has to bridge from one place to the next, and it doesn't just stand alone as an island over here by itself. But supposedly these are bridges, and that bridge should be connected to one of those 4 groups in ethnic studies.
I mean, it's my understanding, Assembly Member, that CDE has reviewed these proposed plans carefully, and they do feel as though they have a strong connection to the core principles of ethnic studies.
Well, I think that's has some relationship, and they can make that extension very clearly if they choose to. But I also know there's also a very political decision that's being made, not necessarily an academic one, but a political one. And I don't mind the politics of it, providing the connections are clear. I understand the expansion, why it exists, why certain communities or whatever's going on. But at the same time, just to be clear, and so that people understand where it emanates from, as well as the fact that so that we don't have other communities who say, well, why didn't I get a chance to have a course on so-and-so that didn't have anything to do with this, that, or the other? Because you're going to have that kind of question coming forward once people see the list, and they're going to ask, the connection. And we should be able to academically and honestly show the connection that's there. And so that future courses that are going to be proposed, if people don't just start creating courses that have no connection to the 4 groups that have been identified as ethnic studies. I think it's in my mind, it's academic integrity, that if I were doing a course on chemistry, I would want to make sure they had some connection to chemistry, and that and not some other field way over here because I think it's interesting and has some interest and so forth and so on, that it should have a connection to chemistry. And
what in here doesn't have a connection to ethnic studies?
Well, I can go through here, and as I'm saying, I look at some of the courses that are general, and I can make them have a connection. That's what I'm not saying that I can't make them have a connection, but I think if I'm writing a curriculum and I'm going to identify why things are here, they need to have a direct connection to the course itself. And so I think at some point I was looking, I'm trying to find them now. Where is it at? I think there's one dealing with, okay. For instance, our Jewish American Studies general is not necessarily tied to any particular group itself. It says complicating ideas of race. Now, it probably will have some connection at some point, but it doesn't necessarily identify that connection up in this. Where is it?
Shirley, with respect, you know that James Banks's core book on teaching strategies and ethnic studies has a standalone chapter just about Jewish Americans. So
there's no question, but it was within the whole context of a book. What I'm saying is that if I'm teaching a course on African American studies, yes, there might be something. My concern is that as you begin this process, if you don't keep it tied, eventually it works its way somewhere else. So if I'm doing a book on ethnic studies and I want to do a chapter on the relationship between Jews and African Americans and this whole fight for civil rights and so forth and so on, I understand that. But if I have just a book on Jewish Americans, then I haven't made the connection. And as I get further away from it, the connection may never be made. That's what I'm saying.
But that's why
it's not that I'm fighting this particular course. I'm saying that at some point in these things, there needs to be a connection. And I'm not saying take any of these courses out. I'm saying that there needs to be somewhere, and maybe it is. That's why I'm asking that there needs to be some rationale for the inclusion because there is some tie to the four groups that are there. Without that tie, then anything and everything becomes possible.
I want to make sure I make space for other folks. I'm in here.
Done.
I see a hand from Commissioner Freeman's been waiting patiently. So Commissioner Freeman, then Board Member Strauss, then Commissioner Ponti.
Oh, thank you very much. I understand the concern about diminishing the other four foundational groups. And obviously that wouldn't happen. I don't believe, and there's no intention to do that. But including other groups like Jews are often considered in ethnic studies too, and taught as part of ethnic studies, like at Stanford. And I think that there's a lot of history of discrimination, and there's also a very large percentage of Jews who are also Black or Asian or other ethnicities, Middle Eastern. So it's not so clean and clear, but I think that it doesn't diminish the four foundational groups to include other groups who have a long history of discrimination and also who are of color.
And if I may, I will say that the Jewish intersectionality lesson did attempt to do that. So it is about the intersectionality and of identities. For example, there's a resource regarding an African American student who also identifies as Jewish, and just to provide some additional information regarding the appendix, we understand and want to honor and continue to honor the four disciplines, and within the draft we have also identified the themes of identity, history and movement, systems of power, social movements, and equity. And so what we were hoping to do was to provide the space for the classroom teacher to explore those parallel experiences and connections between populations, and look for the commonalities and the strengths, and to be able to note those different contact and tension points between groups. And so that language is also in Appendix E, and so that is, Assemblymember Weber, what you're speaking of is what we were hoping to do. We're also seeking to build a bridge. There's language there in the appendix which speaks specifically to how different groups have worked together for change in interethnic initiatives as well. And so calling out those experiences. So I just wanted to provide that context in case it's helpful for the IQC's discussion.
All right, Board Member Strauss, then Commissioner Astorga Almanza. Board Member Strauss?
Yeah, just to follow up, I believe that the A to G courses which CDE has vetted are grounded in the 4 main groups around ethnic studies, and that in addition, we're providing lesson plans that are additional resources. So I do think that the A to G courses are grounded in the main principles around the 4 ethnic groups, but that encouraging the lesson plans as additional resources for local communities to use and for teachers to access is the intent and the right way to go to address inclusivity and the issues that we've been talking about all day.
Thank you. Commissioner Astorga Almanza, followed by Commissioner Pantai.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to make a comment. There was a term that Assemblymember Weber was using to reference the lesson plans. I think she was using the term course, but it wouldn't be a course using this lesson plan, but using a lesson plan as part of the ethnic studies course, if I am correct. And I agree with Commissioner Friedman that including these lesson plans doesn't diminish the 4 core groups. And something that we haven't mentioned is we did receive a lot of public comment yesterday from Arab American community and the Sikh community that were specifically asking us to move these lesson plans into the chapter, the Asian American chapter, which I don't think we're considering here. I think that if we were talking about moving all of these lesson plans from the appendix into chapters, that we might run into some issues, but I agree with Board Member Strauss, who's saying that these are additional resources that the teachers can utilize to support the ethnic studies course. So I do think that they should be included. Thank you.
I will say before calling on Commissioner Pantai, who is next, I think we're all in agreement with that. I don't think anybody's proposing to not move forward. I think the concern, however, which in just how I'm hearing it, is that with these additional lessons, if I'm a teacher at a school and now we have ethnic studies and I pick up this model curriculum and I see an excellent lesson in here, Armenian migration stories and oral history, I think the concern is how do we make sure that teacher in teaching ethnic studies doesn't have the whole semester or the whole course be focused simply or just on our Armenian American experiences? How do we make sure that they do still harken back to the 4 core groups in addition to utilizing this lesson here? I think that's what I'm hearing. I think it's safe to say we want as much inclusivity as possible. I think we're really trying to figure out how do we just make sure that this isn't used in such a way that somebody teaches ethnic studies and doesn't even talk about the Black experience or the indigenous experience or anything like that. And for sure, I might be wrong on that, but that's what I'm hearing. Let me call on Commissioner Pantai, then Board Member Glover Woods, and then Senator Allen.
Thank you. I definitely want to echo what everyone else is saying, and I'm leaning on the side of Dr. Weber here. There's some vetting that needs to be done. I'm looking at some of the sample ones. There's one on youth-led participatory action research, which is great. It's on civil citizenship and youth leadership and movement, but it still needs to tie into the 4 groups, and that's another example. But I could definitely find ways to tie them in. What I'm seeing is it touches on the themes of this model curriculum. And perhaps we need to make it into some sort of enrichment, as some of you have suggested, additional resources that teachers can tap into, providing this as additional resources or enrichment that can enrich the model curriculum. So maybe going through and identifying additional resources that teachers can use, offering it. Definitely we want to include as much as possible, but at the same time we need to go through and see which one are additional resources that teachers can use.
Thank you. Board Member Glover Woods, followed by Senator Allen.
Thank you, Commissioner Rushton. Just again to kind of underscore some of the statements that have been made. Again, the inclusivity of multiple experiences is very important. We do need to be, in my opinion, explicit on how these lessons will connect back to the 4 core. One of the reasons for that is that it really leaves to question why other lessons of other experiences are not included and some are. So if we are going to include these lessons, and I would encourage us to do so, I would just suggest that there be more work done in being explicit on how these lessons would connect to the ethnic studies in which they could be utilized. That would be very important to do.
Thank you. Senator Allen, then Commissioner Astorga Almanza.
Yeah, I mean, so I agree with the comments just made by Board Member Glover. It's my understanding these are, building on Commissioner Astorga's comments, these are additional resources. That's the whole idea here. And the other thing I should just mention is I went back and looked. The two things that have been brought up, the Armenian migration stories and the Jewish American one that was mentioned, they're both literally one-day lessons. So the idea that these are going to somehow take over the whole course is just not grounded in the way that these lesson plans are phrased and developed. They're one-day courses, one-day lessons.
Absolutely. Let me just clarify. Yeah, definitely the lessons themselves are not an entire course. I think it's just the idea that a teacher or a district might get from thinking that, well, if that's ethnic studies, then let's expand that into a unit, let's build a whole course, and that's ethnic studies. And we just want to make sure, I think you said earlier, Senator Allen, that teachers and schools are for sure including African-American studies as part of their ethnic studies. So I think it's a matter of is there a way to spell that out really clearly to make sure, or is it in good faith that we know everybody knows that ethnic studies includes these four? So if you have any course with ethnic studies in the title, it's got to be included.
If we did so much wordsmithing today, if that's not clear in the opening chapters, then we got to get that fixed. I think anybody who pays any attention to this issue knows that it is about the core group. So I hear your fears and concerns. If we need to strengthen the language in the preface or chapter 1 or whatever else, let's do that. But
Commissioner Astorga Almanza, and then Assemblymember Weber.
Yes, thank you. I have a question. We were talking about the CDE staff reviewing the lesson plans, correct? Whatever their edits were. So Board Member Glover Woods made a comment and said that we need to be explicit in the connection to the 4 core groups. Whose responsibility is it to identify it? Could we add something at the top of each lesson plan that makes the connection? Is it something that CDE staff will do, or is it the responsibility of this group? I mean, we have a lot of lesson plans.
Indeed, we do have, yes. I don't know if Executive Director Coates has a...
Yeah, I mean, I will tell you that we accept line edits from this group. Obviously, I don't think that you would be able to make those connections on all of those lessons during this meeting today. But as part of your motion, part of your motion is working with CDE, working with the commissioner in order to ensure that all of the edits and recommendations of this committee were made. You could include a recommendation on to that extent that CDE work with Chair Reston or another member. Generally, it is the chair of the committee to make those connections on the lesson. If there's specific language you would like to see for that, we could do that. I mean, there's a variety of ways to handle it, but we would need your assistance.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Assemblymember Weber, followed by Senator Allen, and then Board Member Glover Woods.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to thank those who chimed in and clarify what my meaning was. It's not that that I think any one of these courses just as one day is going to do something. But I'm always concerned if we're not clear, especially as much conversation we've had around this whole issue of this curriculum for the last almost 2 years, that we have to be very clear so people understand. And we've finally gotten to this point, and we've talked about bridges and so forth and so on, that we really do focus on the fact that these are bridges. and that they emanate from one of the 4 courses or 4 topics that we're talking about, so that we don't end up having to come back with complaints about people doing things on the side, or campuses complaining about folks just going off and doing their own thing. And so that's my only concern, is to make sure that we're clear about it. And that may require some real clear language at the beginning of the course outlines and in terms of the section itself or whatever. But I looked to see, and I didn't see that the emphasis that should have been there in terms of why we have these additional topics that could be utilized in the coursework to make sure that people understood where it came from. That's mainly it. That is important if we're putting something out there, because as most of us know, when something gets out there, it is very difficult to manage it and to bring it back in once it's out there and it's moving and it's grooving. And this is a large state with a lot of districts and a whole lot of folks dealing with curriculum. And so we want to be as clear as we possibly can, given the challenges we've had, as well as the folks who don't feel that they got a chance to put their stuff in. If they're going to do something, they should have some parameters to understand how that happens. And so that's my concern. And like I said, it's not attacked at any one of these, but basically to say, let's have some parameters. Let's make sure those are clear as to how we get to these other courses that just on the surface may not look like they're connected, but they really are.
Thank you. Senator Allen, followed by Board Member Glover Woods. Senator Allen?
Yeah, I'm just looking at page 2 of attachment E. This is literally the language that's proposed to introduce these groups is the following: while raising the voices and experiences of the 4 core groups, ethnic studies is not intended to silence other voices. Many students have experienced some type of othering, whether individually or collectively within their community. Intersectional identities heighten the possibility that different elements of one's identity will make such experiences even more likely. You may have students in your class who do not identify with the groups at the core of the ethnic studies curriculum. The lessons here can help you provide identity-affirming moments in your class and help students connect their own identities and experiences with the themes of the course. These lessons do not replace the core curriculum, but provide avenues to enter and expand upon the themes in the core curriculum. And then it goes on from there. So anyway, I think that CDE has anticipated the core concerns that the Assembly member has articulated and got them in there. Now, of course, we can, maybe we need to strengthen that language, but I get the sense that they were sensitive to this and trying to ensure that these kinds of concerns were being addressed.
What section does that come from?
That is attachment E, which is the added language for Appendix B. And he's specifically referring to, there's a section within there that says affirming identity, and in it specifies, while raising the voices and experiences of the 4 core groups, ethnic studies is not intended to silence others. And then it goes on to say these lessons do not replace the core curriculum.
Okay.
I'm going to call on Board Member Glover Woods, followed by Commissioner Friedman. Board Member Glover Woods.
Thank you. I was going to point to that area as well, since I was the one who kind of brought up how do we make a better connection between the lessons and how they should connect with the 4 core in ethnic studies. What I would propose for possible consideration is looking at that section that Senator Allen just spoke to, perhaps moving that to the beginning portion of the language that is opening Appendix B, so that it's very clear up front that the intersectionality and the connections are really important, and they should be, again, linked to the 4 core, if you will, for ethnic studies. So when I make the statement that we should be more explicit, it may just be in moving some of the language that is embedded in this particular attachment E and putting it at the very beginning so that it's very clear up front how these lessons should support an overall ethnic studies course.
If I may, Member Glover Woods, that is what we are proposing. So if you look at page 1 of attachment E, we're proposing that the first part of that language precedes all of the lessons in the appendix, and then that when we get to line 2957, we would add the language beginning with the affirming identity portion, and this would be the first language that you would see, and then the lessons would follow, following the language in attachment E. Now, I don't know if that helps, but that was the way we were thinking about it. Certainly, we could do it any way that the IQC feels is appropriate.
Thank you, Executive Director Coates, and that does help. And one other piece that I'd like to just be sure that we keep in mind is that we want for this model curriculum to be accessible to all educators who may be charged with teaching it. And so while there are some very foundational understandings for people who are very strengthened in ethnic studies and have taught ethnic studies courses, for those teachers that might not, again, that explicit language, such as been suggested, will be very, very helpful so that there is not some type of misunderstanding that the ethnic studies course should be without the four core that ethnic studies is built upon.
So if I'm understanding this correctly, this added language comes, the first section of it comes prior to the existing sample lessons that cover the four core groups. So then we have all the sample lessons covering these four core groups as they exist already in the draft. Then comes the language about affirming identity and specifying that ethnic studies focuses on the four core groups, but is not intended to silence other voices, and there's overlapping intersectional themes. And then you'd have these additional lessons there, all in the same chapter or the same section, but four core group lessons, and then these 29 additional lessons later. Is that correct, Executive Director Coates?
Almost, but not exactly. So you'll notice that in terms of structure, yes, but in terms of the additional lessons, there are some lessons that are part of the 29 on attachment D that are part of the have been identified as part of the four disciplines. But so the namings that you have for disciplines on attachment D, I just want to clarify, that is as provided by the submitter. CDE has not made any determinations. The submitters made determinations when they submitted their own lessons. So that is something we would have to work through as well. We, in preparing this appendix, we, at the time we had available the 5 lessons that we've indicated, but certainly, the IQC could make the determination of whether or not that's appropriate.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Friedman.
I think that also, if we take a look at there's so much material maybe people forgot, but in Chapter 3, there's quite a bit of reference to the whole concept of ethnic studies and discusses this issue. And I think there's no danger of people not understanding what ethnic studies is about. And as I said before, for Jews, many Jews, probably half the Jews, more than half the Jews in the world are people of color. And so there's a lot of complexity when you're trying to fit people into little boxes. And I think there's a way for us to stitch everything together in an elegant way that focuses on the core groups, but also understands the complexity of this topic and makes it possible to enrich the existing curriculum by adding the opportunity for other people to be included as appropriate. And I would encourage us to take a look at Chapter 3.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Chapman, followed by Senator Allen.
Yes, I was just going to make the same point as Commissioner Friedman, and just maybe we can add a little clarifying reference to Chapter 3 before we have these additional lessons so that we can refer them back to the 4 main groups.
Thank you. I don't see other hands at the moment. So I suppose this is the time where we need to summarize where we are right now with the nominated edits. So CDE, can you help us out and summarize the nominated edits as they stand now?
Yes, at the moment, the standing recommendation is to add the 29 lessons in Attachment D, which you have seen. And again, as Shanine noted, they would go in the sections noted except as we have indicated in our recommendation in Attachment C. And maybe, Cliff, you could bring up edit number 447. These are the 5 lessons that we are proposing, including in the same chapter. It's not a separate document or separate appendix, but it would be after this framing language, which we've discussed at the end of the attachment Appendix B. And each of those 5 lessons is specifically referenced in the framing language in Attachment E.
Okay, so those are the 5 lessons that would be after the additional framing language, but the other lessons would be within the categories as indicated on the chart, which again, right. CDE went with the topic that the submitter used. Okay.
Right, there's some are general, some are AAPI, there's some African American lessons in there. So yeah.
So I guess one question I have is on my Attachment D, the Arab American Stereotypes in Literature, Film, and Media is as topic AAPI, but I think what you showed was that it would be one of the lessons submitted. Is that the same one? Yeah. So here so edit 447 has it as an additional lesson, but the attachment has it labeled as under AAPI. So I'm just curious, which one is it? Or would it be an additional area, but still labeled AAPI?
Right, so the lesson itself contains the label of AAPI, but it would be placed behind the framing language. So it contains the label as submitted by the submitter.
Okay. I see a hand from Assembly Member Weber.
Yeah, just clarity, because I'm kind of confused now. So the area or the topic has been identified by the people who submitted it, right?
Correct.
Does CDE agree with that? That is a true definition of the area? Or are we just writing it down? You haven't done it yet?
We do not have a recommendation. That is before this body.
Okay. So have you decided whether it is or not? Or you haven't had a chance to look at it? I mean,
he has been doing quite a bit of research. I think that there's a lot of discussion on these topics. But rather than go into that piece, we felt that it was responsible to show the intersectionality pieces and to include them via that way. And so that is what's reflected in our recommendations.
So are we approving things that have not been vetted or by CDE? Because I think most of us kind of assume to a certain extent, and I know there's some intentionally blank areas, but if for some reason CDE discovers that this does not, that after you do whatever vetting you're going to do, that it really does not address this particular issue and doesn't belong under AAPI or whatever it may be, what's the recourse after that if this group approves it?
So we should remember that this document, as you approve it today, we are going to essentially place all of these into the third draft model curriculum.
Okay.
And that is going to go for a 45-day public comment period. And so the public will be able to weigh in, and we will be able to continue researching in terms of those pieces. But we feel that this action today would allow us to be able to move forward.
Okay. And then it comes back to us again.
It actually, those public comments would go to the State Board of Education.
Interesting.
So then, that means we could vote to move forward with the additional framing language, the inclusion of all these lessons. However, in terms of the actual placement of the lessons and whether or not a submitted lesson actually fits within the topic of AAPI, for example, we will be getting public feedback on that, and ultimately the state board will decide whether or not any given lesson fits within that topic and whether or not that's before this framing language or after that framing language.
Yes, ultimately they will make the determination of placement, but we can put forth our recommendation today.
All right, and I see two of our board liaisons with their hands up. So let's hear from the board liaisons. Board Member Glover Woods, followed by Board Member Strauss.
Just a question to clarify. During the next public comment period, are additional lessons being accepted as well?
We don't have parameters necessarily on public comment periods. The public presents what the public would like to present. So, we haven't invited lessons at this point, but public comment is simply public comment on the document. So I don't have a straightforward. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to call on Board Member Strauss, followed by Board Member Rucker.
So my only comment is, it is my understanding that lessons that would be included as resources, CDE would have reviewed and recommend. And that's a standard we've been doing with a lot of our edits. And as a board member, I still would like that process, not just any lesson put in, but that it goes through review process to make sure it meets our state board guidelines. That was my understanding, that any lesson that goes, it says CD recommends.
Yes, so thank you for that, Member Strauss. CDE has looked at each of the lessons, and that's why there's a CDE edited box link. And that is why we have the appendix language, as you've been noting, and then we have made our recommendation in 447 for the placement. And so that's CDE's recommendation today, but that's before the IQC.
Thank you. Board Member Rucker?
I wanted to make sure that, and it's worth noting here, part of the reason why you have board members who have been a regular part of your deliberations, not only on the ethnic studies model curriculum, but on all activities that the IQC does. It's our responsibility as liaisons to carry back the tenor and the spirit and concerns and the conversations, and that present those ideas and concerns to our colleagues on the board. So the work that goes through in this process is not just it has something that will happen in a vacuum that carries up to the board, but rather as the department staff continue with the work of vetting and reviewing the inputs that are given with the direction you give them as it relates to not only reviewing or how to review these lesson plans, but also the edits and corrections you want them to make as it relates to establishing those linkages and those connections. As your board members and the liaison sitting here, it's our responsibility in working with the department staff when they present this draft to the board and give the board the responsibility to continue in the process of approval. It's our responsibility to convey to the board what happened in these meetings, what concerns were raised in these meetings. So the approval and the work that the board does is an oversight from your recommendation. It's not something that occurs in a vacuum. It is something that it's a conversation that continues from what we heard here and from what our understandings are. So trust the process and trust the work that you're doing, the conversations that you are having to work out these discussions, to work out your concerns and priorities. But most importantly, trust the recommendations that you're making to the staff will be carried out and developed within the best abilities of the staff. And I believe the board will be able to hold itself and the staff accountable to a lot of the recommendations that you are offering.
Thank you very much for that context. Assembly Member Weber. Assembly Member Weber.
Trying to unmute. Okay, there I am. I was trying to. Just a quick question. Then what does it mean to say that it's intentionally blank? Because that bothers me when if something's blank because you didn't have time to get to it or whatever, but if there's an intentional blank, that means it doesn't meet the standards for recommendation. Is that correct? I don't know. When something, because we see all your recommendations and we generally try to adhere to those, and then I see this huge list of things that are intentionally blank, and I don't know if that means the course doesn't pass muster, it doesn't have enough content, or doesn't have enough resources, or because I don't know all these people who are recommending these pieces of curriculum, whether or not they have the right kind of academic or professional background to do that. So the question becomes, we've got a list of things that are intentionally blank.
Yes.
And I don't know how you handle things that are intentionally blank, where there is no recommendation, where if it says they do or they don't recommend, based on something, but something that's intentionally blank is just,
So CDE, so the framing language, and you're referring to attachment C.
Mm-hmm.
So the framing language for attachment C clarifies that CDE made recommendations that we felt particularly strengthened the draft, that we felt were aligned with the statute, were aligned with the SBE guidelines, and that the edit as it was provided without any, fixes to it would be able to move forward. And so those were the recommendations that the CDE made, and we were very thoughtful and deliberate and careful in which recommendations we put forth. And so those are the edits that CDE has recommended. In terms of lesson plans, again, we reviewed them carefully. We referred you to attachment D rather than attachment C for those, primarily because all of the lesson plans weren't reflected in the September field review, which is what attachment C captures. So we were very intentional about our recommendations, and felt that, and then additionally, we can't have any blank cells. So part of our 508 compliance is you can't just have a blank cell, you have to have wording. And so intentionally blank is the best wording that we can come up, was able to have. So it's an accessibility issue, as well as the fact that we have moved forward the recommendations that we felt were particularly strong, and that did not need a large amount of additional deliberation in order to move forward. So
if I'm hearing that,
are all of the submitted materials listed here, the 29, there's no other ones that were not included?
Not that were, none other than the ones that were part of the late. If they were submitted to us late, which is after posting of this agenda, then they're in the box link and they're not on attachment D because they were submitted after posting.
So basically, we got everything that came in, regardless of quality, basically.
No. We edited all of the lessons. There are 2 box links. You have one as the lesson was submitted, and then you have one that has all of the CDE edited versions of those.
Okay.
But if I'm understanding correctly, Executive Director Coates, there wasn't a lesson that, let's say, was submitted on time, but was so bad, for lack of a better word, that like it just didn't make it into any of this. So
that's correct.
I think that's what Assemblymember Weber is asking, if just anything that got submitted on time just automatically made it onto this list of lessons.
I didn't see any horrible lessons. So, you know, I think that speaks to, I know that many groups and educators and organizations worked really hard in order to submit a lesson that they felt would meet the requirements of the ethnic studies model curriculum. And so I believe that was reflected in what we received.
Okay, thank you. So I want to ask the SMC, well, I guess the whole IQC, all the commissioners, if we're clear where we are right now, before we move forward with voting on the nominated lessons to move forward. So if you have any clarifying questions or input or thoughts on any of this, now would be, I think, the time. I see a hand from Assemblymember Weber.
You know, I feel very comfortable going with the ones that the CDE recommended. I mean, and maybe we should vote, those who are voting, vote in two different categories, because I get a sense that those have been vetted and are approved and think, as they say, that they have some importance and relevance, versus those that are not, that are just no comment or intentionally blank. You know, because I just assumed that and until I looked to see that there were some things that are intentionally blank that may not have been of quality. You know, an introduction to African American innovators could be a simple little lesson that people felt like it wasn't worth, but really didn't merit the kind of academic input that could have existed. And so therefore the course may not be that substantive, because I've seen inventor kind of courses and maybe they're for kindergarten or something, but not anything beyond that in terms of real substantive information. So I personally, I feel if it's divided, I feel comfortable in supporting. If not, I probably couldn't, because I think there are, I want to vote on those things that CDE has really believes that it's important and have basically their recommendation matters in terms of it, versus saying 29 came in, here's 29 on the list, and there's certain ones we feel very strongly about and some of them that we don't feel very strongly about, unless there's going to be some additional vetting, and people will see that hopefully at the state board level, that these courses that had no that were intentionally blank now have something behind them that folks can say, yes, keep this one in, but this one never did get up to standard. So I don't know. Anyway, it just makes it difficult for me.
I would just say that, so intentionally blank doesn't mean, in this case, for the lesson plan specifically, so not line edit items to strike language, etc., but specifically for the lesson plan conversation. Again, we had to create a different attachment so that you could see everything at once, and so that's why the lessons, we refer you to attachment D. And so we would prefer that the body does move forward with these lessons that are on attachment D to allow them to move forward for public comment.
So on attachment C, so most of today was line edits. Those intentionally blanks were neutral, not recommended, not recommended. But on the lesson plan attachment, which is attachment D, all 29 are the recommended lessons to move forward. Is that correct?
Yes, we asked that you would move them forward. The lessons on attachment D.
So Assemblymember Weber, that means something like the 27th lesson, an introduction to African American innovators. Even though it says intentionally blank on this attachment, it is one of the recommended ones. All 29 are recommended. Commissioner Gotanda?
Can I just ask a clarifying question? So, Executive Director Coates, are you saying that we are approving them to move forward for public comment, And then at that point, will the IQC have an opportunity to see them again, or what is the next step after that?
So you're approving them for public comment. When CDE receives the public comment from that will end in January, so we'll run December and half of January, CDE will be again looking at all of those recommendations, making adjustments, working with our liaisons as well, state board staff, et cetera, to make the appropriate adjustments if needed, based on recommendations from the public comment. But yes, you are recommending those lessons as you move forward, but you are recommending this. Remember, your motion today is to, one, recommend this draft as you have revised it to the State Board of Education following a 45-day public comment period. So that is the recommendation today.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay, so just further clarification. If we move forward and approve these 29 and these proposed edits, if I'm somebody who was commenting yesterday about my particular group being relegated to an appendix, now everything is in the same section of the curriculum. So if I'm a teacher and I pick up the curriculum, that section that has sample lessons has all the lessons in there. And if I'm somebody who was concerned about not having representation, we the CDE and IQC, we have spent the last month trying to solicit additional lesson plans, and these 29 have been looked at by the CDE and have been edited for format and are now here so that the curriculum as a whole is more inclusive of all these rich experiences.
That is correct.
Okay. Commissioner Friedman.
Just a clarification. And then after the 45 days of more public comment, ultimately, it's the State Board of Education that reviews these lesson plans and the entire curriculum and makes a decision about whether to approve or not, correct?
Yes. Ultimately, the State Board of Education will approve or not approve an ethnic studies model curriculum, but hopefully approve an ethnic studies model curriculum.
But there's another level of scrutiny and changes that might take place. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Board Member Strauss?
Yeah, I was just going to follow up on Commissioner Friedman's question. So we certainly hope that all of the edits and the process that the IQC went through today and yesterday and CDE will bring us to a fully vetted model curriculum. But with the additional input of the public and additional scrutiny by CDE and our staff, we do have the authority to edit or modify before final action. But we do have to take action by legislation by March.
Okay. Any further comments or nominated edits that anybody would like to make? I see a hand from Commissioner Pontai.
Just real quick, piggyback on what I'm hearing here. There were hundreds of and a lot of sample lessons submitted. These are the 29 that pass CDE's muster that they are recommending, and I am okay with that. I keep gravitating towards item number 24 of attachment D, and I love that fact that they're including civic engagement, and I keep thinking about that's one of the tenets, that's one of the themes, is to allow our students to enrich their own community. And so what I'm seeing here are the recommendation that they're making, even though it's intentionally blank, I do understand how it's tied in to the model curriculum, correct?
Correct.
All right, other commissioners or board liaisons who wish to provide any comments before we move forward? Okay. So I believe we already had the CDE summarize the nominated edits. I don't know if anybody needs to hear that again before we go to our vote.
I think we should.
Okay, perfect. CDE, will you please summarize for us again the nominated edits?
The nominated edits are to add the 29 lessons that are referenced in Attachment D and to make edit number 447 in Attachment C. Oh, and to clarify, when add the 1 through 29 as edited by the CDE.
All right. So it's time to have a SMC vote. I do see a hand. Commissioner Friedman? Commissioner Friedman?
No, I just I thought you were calling for the vote. So.
Oh yeah, you ready? Huh? Ready? Okay.
I was just being very peppy.
Let me get to it then. All right. So SMC members, please indicate using your Zoom hands up button if you are in agreement with moving the nominated lessons forward.
We have 9.
All right. And that's a majority. Commissioners now. Commissioners, please indicate using your Zoom hands up button if you agree with moving the nominated lessons forward.
We have 14.
Majority.
Okay. We will now move on to Appendix C. Appendix C. Executive Director Coates, will you please provide remarks on this chapter? Executive Director Coates, I'm not sure if you are speaking.
I was speaking. Thank you.
Couldn't tell with the mask. I mean, wear the mask, but I was like, is she speaking or should I turn around?
Oh boy. Before I go to that, I just want to commend the commission on its work today and its deliberations. So Appendix C includes lesson resources for following 3 areas. 1, sample safe spaces and community building activities. 2, facilitating conversations about race, racism, and bigotry. 3, resources for connecting ethnic studies to local demographics. Note, we included a variety of pluralistic links and also some of the changes that you see from the second field review draft that are included in that September field review draft are additional suggestions for California state museums and parks. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so for Appendix C, are there any edits that members of the SMC would like to nominate to move forward on Appendix C in its entirety, which ranges from pages 126 through 129? I would like to nominate each of the CDE recommended edits to move forward. Are there any edits that other members of the IQC would like to nominate to move forward on Appendix C in its entirety from pages 126 through 129? All right. Are there any comments from our State Board liaisons pertaining to Attachment C? Seeing none. CDE, will you please summarize the nominated edits for Attachment C?
Yes, they are edits 448 and 450.
All right. SMC members and only SMC members, please use the hands up button on your Zoom if you are in agreement with moving the nominated edits for Appendix C forward.
We have 8.
Majority.
Thank you. Commissioners, please indicate using your Zoom hands up if you agree with moving the nominated edits for Appendix C forward.
We have 15.
Majority.
All right. It is now time to recommend to the full commission approval of the draft Ethnic Studies Model Curriculum with subject matter committee edits. So I believe we are ready to act on the draft model curriculum. Before we do that, however, I would like to ask the staff to list the edits that the SMC has proposed to the draft model curriculum.
So, Member Rustin, this may be just a good time for a break to allow staff to regroup, as we have made just a multitude of edits throughout the day. So if we could do that, that would be helpful for us. May we do 15 minutes, please?
Sounds great to me. All right, 15-minute break, which by my clock means we will reconvene at 2:40 p.m.
Thank you. Before we begin,
Yes. Acting Chair Munoz.
Present.
Commissioner Andre.
Here.
Commissioner Estarga Almanza.
Here.
Commissioner Chapman.
Present.
Commissioner Costa Hernandez.
Here.
Commissioner Fairchild.
Present.
Commissioner Friedman.
Here.
Commissioner Gotanda. Commissioner Jarvis.
Present.
Commissioner Pantai.
Here.
Commissioner Renteria.
Here.
Commissioner Reston.
Here.
Commissioner Tonkovich.
Present.
Commissioner Williamson.
Here.
Commissioner Young.
Here.
Student Member Howard.
Here.
Assembly Member Weber.
Here.
Senator Allen.
Here.
State Board Member Rucker.
Here.
State Board Member Strauss.
Here.
State Board Member Glover Woods.
Here.
Thank you.
Great. And so we have prepared a document that will show. This document is available at the same bit.ly link that the attachment C and D were included on, and it's just a summary of all of your lessons, all of your line edits and recommendations that you've nominated to move forward. And you see the key there. I'm sorry, can you move down just a moment? I just want to make sure I'm explaining it. So when you look at this document, the bold numbers are the CDE recommended edits that you nominated to move forward. The asterisk acknowledges that the comment was edited by this body. If you see the number and then the plus letter, that means it's a new comment that was proposed by commissioners, and the green just simply indicates the SMC completed its action in nominating that to move forward. So these are all the recommended edits that we will be preparing for the third draft of the model curriculum, pending your motion.
Just quick question. I know yesterday there was discussion around the definition of race in the citation, and I just want to confirm that I think it was Commissioner Young who sent over that citation with the word-for-word correct definition. Is that
Yes.
correct?
That is correct. She did send it to the IQC box. Do we want to take a moment and look at that? As our understanding was, we just needed the reference and that we would include it. But if the body would like to take a look at that just to make sure before, we can certainly show it here now.
Right. I just want to make sure they line up because I know I was searching through public comment and I just want to make sure whatever citation ended up being used, that definition is correct to that citation, which I trust it is, especially if Commissioner Young's the one who put it forward. But I just know we were kind of not word for word for sure yesterday because we didn't have the actual citation.
Okay, just a moment.
I see Commissioner Young has her hand up, so let me call on Commissioner Young while you all search the document. Commissioner Young?
Thank you. So I pulled the quote straight from the text. I didn't have access to the public comment, but I believe that they match, but it's fine to do due diligence to double check.
All right. Yeah, I would say whatever the actual text says is what we should go off of since that's what we're citing for sure.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Okay, so are we? I'm good. That I see the citation in the text, so I just wanted to make sure that that's there just to update our discussion from yesterday. Okay.
So just to clarify, can I just clarify for our purposes? Is it the will of this body that we keep the language that we had in attachment C, but that we cite the source that's listed in this email? Or is there a different action? I just want to make sure I understand.
What would that look like exactly?
That's what I think. Let's go back to, if we could, let's go back to attachment C and that line edit.
Yeah, see, that's why I wasn't sure of. I thought we did it that way, where we sort of began the sentence but didn't fully finish it. So I just wanted to make sure that it was fully finished and not, a half sentence in the actual document.
Mm-hmm. And so we would say that there are multiple definitions of race within ethnic studies. And we would cite, and I'm just explaining my understanding, so please correct me. And then we would cite both of the definitions, the one that's, I believe, just above this, the Britannica one. And we would cite in ethnic studies, race is a neocolonial social construction. It is viewed as a master category. That sentence, based upon a Eurocentric biological fallacy that is central to inequitable power relations in society, and then we would cite Rethinking Ethnic Studies. Is that correct?
I think so. I don't have that particular text, so I don't know if what comes after that is part of that main definition. If it is, I would say include the whole thing. But if it goes on to something else, then I would say no. I don't have that whole text. I know you all just showed it.
So I guess that's my question. Do we want to use the shortened version that we discussed yesterday, but cite the appropriate source is my question, as opposed to including this paragraph in its entirety?
Mr. Chair, I have another question to you about this.
Sure. My preference would be the entirety so that we don't miss any important concepts. But I'm definitely open to hear what others say. Senator Allen?
Well, I guess, so the question I have here is when they say that race is central to inequitable power relations in society, I think that's a very complicated thing to say. There were incredibly inequitable power relations in English feudal society, and it had nothing to do with race. And so I just, anyway,
right.
I'm not sure they're taking that into account. My point is, I mean, this is one of the things we're going to be studying, right? It's like race is not the only thing that people use to differentiate and oppress.
Absolutely. I think it's a question of the use of even just the term race in ethnic studies. So when race is the subject of discussion in ethnic studies, this is how ethnic studies scholars understand the term race and what it means. I think it's just within the use of the term race, this is the definition that ethnic studies scholarship goes with. I think it's about that, not about that everything about ethnic studies and the whole curriculum is about race. I understand this to be just a definition, so race is already presented in the curriculum, and when the question comes up, well, how do you define race? There's the sort of biological answer, which is a non-biological answer, and then there's the ethnic studies answer, so that ethnic studies teacher will be able to present it with fidelity to how it's understood within the discipline of ethnic studies. That was my understanding of like clarifying the definition, and I think it was Commissioner Young yesterday who said this idea that social construct is central to the understanding of race within ethnic studies. So I just want to make sure that definition is clear. I don't want to redefine what ethnic studies folks use race as, you know.
So it seems like we're at a pause. We are in subject matter committee still. So okay. This can be an issue that we bring forth for a decision check. So if we can go back to attachment C and where we landed yesterday. And this is where we landed. We have two definitions as written in this attachment, and then an added citation. So that's where we landed yesterday, and that's what this body moved forward. If we want to, if there's a change to that, if a commissioner wants to pull that to vote on it separately again, now that you've seen the citation, then we can do that, or it would move forward just as it's written here in attachment C. If you wanted to add the full definition, likewise, that would be an additional vote.
I would definitely like to hear what other members of the SMC think about that, in terms of what we go forward with. My preference would be the whole thing, just not leave anything out, especially if this text is about ethnic studies. I definitely okay with a fraction of it if the rest of the SMC feels that it should only be the first line or the first 2 lines. My preference would be the whole thing. I see Commissioner Costa Hernandez.
Agree with including the whole thing.
Okay.
So can we add a line edit that clarifies the action that then will go for a check from SMC? So we have where it says after the Britannica citation. Can you scroll down a bit? Scroll, I guess scroll up then. Sorry. There we go. Okay, so that language has been added. And so we can do an SMC check, line edit decision check on that full definition.
See a hand from Board Member Glover Woods.
Just a note that adding both of the definitions makes for a rather lengthy footnote. The definition currently is in the footnote 1. If both definitions are added, again, just want to point out that's going to be a rather lengthy footnote. I just want to be sure that that's where that information should reside.
Thank you. So yeah, so currently the 2 definitions will be in the footnote, the general encyclopedia definition, and then the ethnic studies framing of the definition will be there as a footnote. And that's Executive Director. That's what we now, as a SMC, vote to move forward?
Yes.
Okay. So that means we are, so History SMC, History Social Studies SMC, we are now going to see, all right, so you will use the Zoom hands up feature if you agree to move forward with this proposed edit, which is adding the full cited definition of race into our footnote. So if so, use the Zoom hands up feature.
We have 8.
Majority.
All right. So now is that a separate vote with the full IQC, or is that just added to?
No, the full commission does the check as well.
Okay, so commissioners, all commissioners, use your Zoom hands up feature if you approve of the nominated edit regarding the definition of race.
We have 16.
Majority.
Okay, thank you.
Can we, if we have resolved any issues, can we go to the summary chart? Okay, so again, these are all of the recommendations of the subject matter committee.
All right. So there will be 2 motions. The first will be to recommend the draft model curriculum to the full IQC with the edits recommended by the SMC. The second will be to ask the full IQC to delegate the acting IQC chair and the SMC chair to work with Seaford staff as they make the changes that are approved by the commission. So I need a motion from an SMC member to recommend the revised draft ethnic studies model curriculum to the full Instructional Quality Commission with the edits that have been approved by the SMC. Commissioner Williamson.
I would like to motion to recommend the revised draft ethnic studies model curriculum to the full Instructional Quality Commission with the edits approved by the SMC today.
Thank you. Moved by Commissioner Williamson. Can I have a second? Commissioner Gotanda.
I second the motion.
Thank you. Is there any discussion of the motion? Are there any commissioners not on the committee who would like to comment? Are there any comments from our state board liaisons? I see a hand from Senator Allen.
So, I mean, the stuff you guys work on, will that then be available for everyone to see at some point, or how does that get disseminated to the committee members?
Are you referring to the draft that results from these recommendations? Yeah. I guess that just becomes publicly. It will be posted for the third field review after confirming that the necessary and agreed upon edits were made per this motion alongside the SMC chair and the IQC acting chair.
Okay. So I believe that we are ready to vote by roll call. Remember, only members of the History, Social Science Subject Matter Committee can vote for this part. Denise, would you please call the roll?
SMC Chair Rustin,
Yes.
Commissioner Costa Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Gotanda,
Yes.
Commissioner Pantai,
Yes.
Commissioner Williamson,
Yes.
Commissioner Friedman,
Yes.
Student Member Howard,
Yes.
Senator Allen,
Yes.
IQC Acting Chair Munoz.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you. So now I would like a motion to ask the full Instructional Quality Commission to delegate to the acting IQC chair and to the History Social Science Subject Matter Committee chair the review and approval of the agreed upon changes to the draft model curriculum, as well as any minor edits identified by CFERD staff, such as grammar, punctuation, etc., before the draft is posted for the final 45-day period of public review and comment. Commissioner Fairchild.
So move.
All right, the motion has been made by Commissioner Fairchild. Is there a second to the motion? Commissioner Williamson.
I second.
All right, the motion has been seconded by Commissioner Williamson. Is there any discussion of the motion? Are there any commissioners not on the committee who would like to comment? Are there any comments from our state board liaisons? I believe that we are ready to vote by roll call. Remember, only members of the HSS Subject Matter Committee can vote.
Just to clarify, Commissioner Fairchild, you're not on the SMC?
I apologize. I thought it was going to the full commission.
Yes, I thought so as well. Okay, so
we need to, we need a SMC member to make the motion.
So the first vote was to approve the edits. The second vote now is to send it from our SMC to the IQC, and then there'll be a third vote among the whole IQC?
Yes, we'll go to full commission, and that's when we'll do that. Yes.
Okay, sorry. So again, I need a motion to ask. I would like a motion to ask the full Instructional Quality Commission to delegate to the acting IQC chair and the HSS SMC chair the review and approval of the agreed upon changes. Commissioner Gotanda.
So moved.
Thank you. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you. The motion has been made by Commissioner Gotanda, and the motion has been seconded by Commissioner Williamson. So now I believe that we are ready to vote by roll call. Remember, only members of the History, Social Science Subject Matter Committee can vote. Denise, would you please call the roll?
SMC Chair Rustin,
Yes.
Commissioner Costa Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Gotanda,
Yes.
Commissioner Pantai,
Yes.
Commissioner Williamson,
Yes.
Commissioner Friedman, Commissioner Friedman,
Yes.
Student Member Howard,
Yes.
Senator Allen,
Yes.
IQC Acting Chair Munoz.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you to the committee and to our staff. The History Social Science Subject Matter Committee has taken very important actions today. I want to thank all the committee members for their contributions to the discussions and the decision-making process. I also want to thank the other commissioners, the state board liaisons, and members of the public who provided comments and suggestions today. Finally, I want to express my appreciation for the staff at Seaford and the state board for guiding us through these important actions today. So I hereby adjourn this meeting of the History Social Science Subject Matter Committee.
Thank you, Commissioner Rushkin. I'd like to reconvene the full commission, and I believe we're ready to take a vote. Chair Rushton, would you like to make that motion?
Yes. I'm looking for the precise language. As chair of the History Social Science SMC, I move that the full commission recommend the Ethnic Studies model curriculum to the State Board of Education, with the edits approved by the commission following a 45-day public comment period.
Is there a second on the motion? Commissioner Williamson?
I second.
So I have Commissioner Rushkin moved and Commissioner Williamson has seconded the motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? Nope. Okay, seeing none. Is there any comment from the state board liaisons? Okay, seeing none. I believe we are now ready for the vote. Denise, can you please call roll?
Acting Chair Munoz,
Yes.
Commissioner Andre,
Yes.
Commissioner Sturgill-Mansa,
Yes.
Commissioner Chapman,
Yes.
Commissioner Costa Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Fairchild,
Yes.
Commissioner Friedman,
Yes.
Commissioner Gotanda,
Yes.
Commissioner Jarvis,
Yes.
Commissioner Pantai,
Yes.
Commissioner Renteria,
Yes.
Commissioner Rustin,
Yes.
Commissioner Tonkovich,
Abstain.
Commissioner Williamson,
Yes.
Commissioner Young,
Yes.
Student Member Howard,
Yes.
Assembly Member Weber,
Yes.
Senator Allen.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you. I would like to move on to action number 2 for a full action of the chair to review the edits with the acting chair. Commissioner Rushkin, would you like to make that?
As chair of the History Social Science SMC, I move that the full commission delegate the acting IQC chair and myself, the History Social Science SMC chair, to review the agreed upon changes to the draft model curriculum, as well as any minor edits identified by Curriculum, Frameworks, and Instructional Resources Division staff, such as grammar, punctuation, word order, etc., before the draft is posted for a 45-day period of public review and comment.
Okay. Is there a second? IQC Commissioner Friedman?
I'm just wondering if it's okay for us to see it before it goes to the public, just so we know all the changes that were made, even the small ones.
Some clarification, Executive Coach.
Well, generally, I think I will need to double check on that. Just one moment. Because generally, that's the purpose of having select members to work with us. I don't think it would be an issue, but I just need to verify.
So it's my understanding, Director Coates, that it doesn't go back to IQC members to review the edits. This is the process where we have reviewed what the IQC accepts, and the Commissioner Rustin and Munoz, once it's done with staff, they will review it before it goes out. It normally doesn't come back to IQC before it goes out because it's going out for another public comment period.
That's right. That's the motion that we're making. So that's my understanding too.
I'm just wondering if we can see it, if we can just get a copy of it before it goes public.
I mean, if this is an issue, well, if I could be recognized, sorry.
Acting IQC Chair Munoz, if you could recognize Senator Allen.
I just did.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, would one possibility be to, I mean, if this is a concern of Commissioner Friedman, just to ask that she could be part of the three people who, you know, she could join you in reviewing the minor edits or something? Would that be a possibility?
We could do that.
Yeah, well, that's fine with me. I'm sure it's not going to be a really cumbersome process, so I'm happy to help.
So anyway, I'm not meaning to hijack the process, but I'd be willing to make a substitute motion as long as that wouldn't be considered hostile.
Yeah, we could definitely do that. Adding one more person to the review, that's fine.
Commissioner Rustin, do you accept that motion?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. Is there something that I have to repeat the
would
motion
repeat
before it
the
gets
motion.
seconded?
Yes. Yeah, I'd have to repeat the motion, yeah.
Okay. So, as chair of the History Social Science SMC, I move that the full commission delegate the acting IQC chair, myself, the History Social Science Subject Matter Committee chair, and Commissioner Friedman to review the agreed upon changes to the draft model curriculum, as well as any minor edits identified by Curriculum, Frameworks, and Instructional Resources Division staff, such as grammar, punctuation, word order, etc., before the draft is posted for a 45-day period of public review and comment.
Okay, so is there a second? I don't see any right now. Is there a second to that motion? Okay, Senator Allen has seconded the motion. Okay, is there any discussion on the motion? I see none. Is there any comment from the State Board liaisons? I see none. I believe we are ready for a vote. Denise, can you please call the roll?
Acting Chair Munoz?
Yes.
Commissioner Andre? Commissioner Andre? Commissioner Estorga-Almanza?
Yes.
Commissioner Chapman?
Yes.
Commissioner Costa Hernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Fairchild?
Yes.
Commissioner Friedman?
Yes.
Commissioner Gotanda?
Yes.
Commissioner Jarvis?
Yes.
Commissioner Pentai?
Yes.
Commissioner Renteria?
Yes.
Commissioner Reston?
Yes.
Commissioner Tonkovich?
Yes.
Commissioner Williamson?
Yes.
Commissioner Young?
Yes.
Student Member Howard?
Yes.
Assembly Member Weber?
Yes.
Senator Allen?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Very good. Yay. I would also like to continue on with action item 9B, the plan for the January 20th, 2021 new commissioner orientation. I will now be turning the meeting over to Executive Director Coates.
Thank you so much, Chair Munoz, and congratulations. Everyone just take a deep breath. You did it. First, I believe that our Chief Deputy, Dr. Stephanie Gregson, would like to have a few words.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. It's so nice to see your faces. As the former executive director that started with many of you with this project, I echo Executive Director Coates' sentiments. Big, deep breath. This is hard. This has been hard throughout the several years since this project began. It has been hard and challenging for many different reasons. And so with that, I think it's important to extend gratitude not only to you, and I will do that, but also to Executive Director Coates and to the CDE team for their expansive work to bring this document to the stage that you had throughout your discussion. They engaged in countless hours of sifting through thousands of public comment items, listening sessions, stakeholder engagement meetings. They also combed through every word in these documents, checking links and resources to ensure that what we brought in our recommendations reflect and uphold the guidelines established by the State Board of Education and the intent of the legislation. So we're very proud of the team that worked behind the scenes so diligently to bring this to you for your actions today. We also appreciate the time and attention that you gave to this work in the development of the Ethnic Studies model curriculum. As you heard from our state superintendent yesterday, Tony Thurman, our students have told us they want ethnic studies and a more honest, more diverse accounting of our state and nation's history, and to see themselves reflected in the curriculum taught in our schools. And so we thank you for your part in making that happen, because our students deserve nothing less. So thank you. I'll hand it back to you, Executive Director Coates.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gregson. So here we go. So our item now is just to plan the January 2021 new commissioner orientation. It will be virtual. We're used to meeting in person for this meeting, but due to COVID-19, it will be virtual. You all have been sent the draft agenda. Additionally, I wanted to note that it has been suggested that we change the dates for the orientation and meeting from January 20 to 21 to January 21, 22. If there's consensus on this, the IQC would need to let staff know that they would like to schedule a meeting to vote on this since it was not on today's agenda. I'd like to open the floor for discussion on what worked last year, what you'd like to see for this upcoming orientation, especially in light of the virtual meeting requirement. So if you could please just raise your hand to indicate that you'd like to participate in the conversation. Commissioner Astorga Almanza.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to, in case people didn't know, I was one of the people that had requested a change of date, is that January 20th is the presidential inauguration. And so I wanted to make sure I could watch. And I know that the work that we do here is very important, but I think it's also important that we watch along with our students.
Sorry, Member Strauss.
So just one comment as we think about a Zoom orientation. Maybe we can think about the time before we take a break, the engagement, the discussion, the things that we're all learning about as we teach remotely, and try to make this, I mean, those of you who teach every day, and I know in the course I teach, like I've had to learn how to do that. So let's try to use our best strategies so it's not like, so we get some breaks and we get some engagement, and it's that people are glad they joined us and that all of us are connected through the process.
Commissioner Williamson?
Thank you. Could I also ask, I know last time we got together, there was a suggestion about what to do with the dice when we were in person. Could I also ask that there's clarification on what's expected of commissioners when we visit the CFCC meetings, just so that we know what our role is and it's really clarified so we know what to do. Thank you.
Commissioner Pantai?
Thank you. Some of the topics that came up in our meeting is the questions about the processes, the process, the steps, what happens after 45 public hearings. So maybe a review of the process so that we could get more familiarity with it. I'd also love if we could do breakout rooms on Zoom, put us into groups and teams, be creative, make it fun.
Commissioner Fairchild?
I know that we have 2 adoptions coming up, and we are going to need every commissioner to help with this process. So I think it's going to be important for us to just touch on that and stress the importance of their attendance and their participation in this. I think, and it's an amazing experience. So I think we need to highlight that.
Commissioner Munoz?
I agree with Commissioner Pontai with the doing some of the breakout and the activities. I just have a suggestion maybe for an activity, and maybe that would be the framework and the development process, that whole thing that we did, and you put us in a line, and unfortunately we can't do that. Maybe put together like an escape room activity. Pair us up with like you kind of did before. You paired us up with a mentor, a senior, a newbie, and maybe a staff person to give direction, and then we can do a breakout. I don't know. I do like that. We do need to have some get up and move activities because the work that we do is extremely important, but we also need to have some fun and get to know each other. I mean, this way is very difficult because we're, distancing, but if we'd been together, there would have been building some more camaraderie, and I think that's what we still need to continue to do. Because I love talking with the state board liaisons. I love talking with everybody there and hearing new ideas. And I think an activity like the escape room would be something kind of fun.
Commissioner Howard.
I remember when I was trained, we had I don't remember what you called it, like the system where I had one mentor. I think it was Commissioner Williamson. But I assume that the new student member will be trained at the upcoming training. Several of the candidates, I think probably the one who was selected, reached out to me already to ask questions, but I'd really love to get paired with the new student member to get to talk to them more.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Fairchild?
Do we have restrictions on breakout rooms and because it's a public meeting? Like I'm not trying to bring up a point. I just want us to be able to have context and not be disappointed if we can't do all these fun, amazing things that we can do in a classroom, but due to public meeting restrictions. Sorry.
We will look into it. Either way, we can make it happen. It may not be the typical where you just press the button and get to go to a breakout room. There may be just multiple Zooms, similar to what we have to do in the Mass CFCC, but we can certainly do some small groupings of some sort. Okay. And so I did want to just maybe get an understanding if there is a desire to schedule a separate regular meeting to vote, to discuss and vote on holding the orientation on a different day. I know that was a suggestion, but I wanted to just get a sense of if we should reach out to you in order to do that. So could you just maybe raise your hand if you're interested in scheduling an additional meeting in order to vote on changing the date of the orientation? Okay.
We have 8.
Okay, so majority fails. It's not really an official vote, but majority fails. So it looks like we are keeping our date. Okay. All right. So thank you for your thoughtful discussion. And I see one hand, just I wasn't sure if Commissioner Astorga Almanza.
I'm sad, but I thought I had lowered my hand.
Okay. Commissioner Rustin?
I'm just not sure if I lowered my hand before the count was over or not.
Okay, let's try it again. If you would like us to contact you to schedule an additional date, and it wouldn't be a full day, it would just be for this purpose. So, I mean, it would literally just be to discuss the date and vote. Please raise your hand.
I'm sorry, Shanine. So this is to have us meet to discuss another vote. Is that another date?
Yes, because we did not agendize the orientation date, so we can't change the date in this meeting.
Oh, I understand. Okay, I'll vote for that.
Okay. All right. So majority. So we will set up another date. All right. Thank you. So thank you for your thoughtfulness on this discussion. I will now turn the meeting over to Acting Chair Munoz.
Very well. Woo! Still take that deep breath.
We're almost there.
Almost. Today is Commissioner Tonkovich's last meeting. Her term as the IQC will end on December 31st, 2020. I just want to say it has been a pleasure to work with her these last 3 years. I've been 3 years, but she's been on the committee 4, and I am amazed by the professionalism, her dedication, her willingness to seek out information, to go above and beyond, asking questions that she needs clarity on. Things she's worked on and had her little hand into things is the history, social studies, the health curriculum, technology curriculum, world languages curriculum, science curriculum, but the granddaddy of them all is her loved arts. And it is really a privilege to see how well she's under her charge developed that, mentored and facilitated the arts curriculum even yesterday by helping with the adoption process. And I'm sure it's not over when the adoption material comes around. She'll still be there with us, right? And what can I say? Thank you so much. I do have a fun little antidote for those of you who haven't got a chance to meet her in life. She doesn't have a smartphone. So it was always a pleasure to, at the end of our meetings, to have her ride with me. The CDC does not do cabs anymore, so she didn't have to call Uber or Lyft. So it was always a pleasure to share that ride with you and to use my form of communication as the way to go home. So thank you. Is there anybody here else on the committee who would like to make comment at this time? State Board Liaison Pat Rucker? And then
sure.
State Board Liaison Irene.
Commissioner Tonkovich, I met you before you joined the commission at the California Arts Educators Conference the year before you joined the commission. And it was a pleasure to meet you then and hear your enthusiastic anxiety waiting to get started with the IQC, but more importantly, to observe you outside of the IQC in the leadership role that you have in the arts community. I want to let your fellow panel members know that this is a commissioner who is well respected, who's well known in the arts education community, who has led many conversations and who has represented you well away from this table. And it was a pleasure for me to watch her get involved and be engaged so well in the arts community and to see the work that she does as an arts education leader and as an arts educator. And sitting on the panel and watching you all work together, watching her lead, watching her passionately, and for me the word passionately means sometimes with tears, lead the discussion, engage in the conversations, to agree and disagree ardently, and at the same time come to a resolution to create a framework that really and truly move forward and advance arts education in California is a legacy that you can truly be proud of. I'm very proud of you. I'm very proud to know you, and I'm very proud to see the work that I know you'll continue carrying on into the arts education community when you leave the IQC. So thank you very much. Congratulations. Happy holidays, all of those things. But I hope we're not going to let you go. We're probably going to be calling you back as an emeritus to do some work for us. But I would really, I'm sure I speak on behalf of my fellow colleagues on the board. I would love to know what it is you're continuing to do and the work that you're continuing to lead in arts education. So thank you so very much.
Thank you. State Board Liaison Irene Strauss.
Sorry, I was lowering my hand and forgot to unmute. Commissioner Tonkovich, I just want you to know on behalf of the State Board, so you were selected as an IQC member obviously for your expertise in visual and performing arts, but as everyone's learning, you may come onto IQC for an expertise we need to balance the commission, but you deal, as you heard Chair Munoz say, all different kinds of frameworks that may not have been in your bucket when you started. So I think you can, and I would just say, to support what Member Rucker said, the commitment to the details on the visual and performing arts framework, we counted on you and you were amazing to guide us. And I would just say, I have a sister who's a VAPA chair at her school and so believes in the new framework that you helped guide. And so let me just say, for those of us all on the commission who work together, when you work on the commission, you get a larger network of colleagues and friends. And Julie might be ending her term, but she's not ending her connection with all of us. And so when you need a connection on someone who really knows VAPA, contact Julie. When you need an opinion on how to work with your department or your grade level, I know Julie will be a resource for us. And the board, the state board, has a certificate, Julie. Unfortunately, we can't present it and take your picture in the boardroom because we're doing it remotely, but we'll be sending you that on behalf of the state board. We so appreciate your 4 years of dedication and commitment to the Instructional Quality Commission. You help advise us on very important work that we have to do. So thank you.
Thank you. Senator Allen?
I just want to say, I've served on the Arts Committee with Julie and had a chance to chat with her on a number of occasions. And I've always found her to be very thoughtful, high integrity, just a good person who's in it for the students and for improving our educational system. And so I'm going to miss her, and I just want to personally thank her for all the hard work and the thoughtfulness she's devoted to the work of the IQC.
Thank you. Commissioner Fairchild?
Yeah, like Commissioner Munoz, I have known Julie for 3 years, and I have to say that the one thing that I am always impressed is that she always speaks her truth, and she does it with the intent of the students in mind and what is best for students, and that has never wavered. And I have learned quite a bit, and I appreciate your example and your guidance as we've gone through discussions, and I hope our conversations continue in the future, as said before, and I wish you all the best. Thank you very much for being you.
Thank you. Commissioner Astorga Almanza?
Yes, thank you. So Commissioner Tonkovich, it's been an honor to serve with you on the IQC and the Art Subject Matter Committee for only 1 year, but thank you for showing me the way, and thanks for also paving the way for those art standards and the frameworks. And I'm going to need you, especially as we move over to the adoption of the instructional materials, and I will have big shoes to fill. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, like I said, executive coach will have a certificate to present to you virtually, and it will be mailed right after this meeting.
Yes, and I have a few words as well, if you don't mind. Perfect.
Yes, go ahead, executive coach.
Thank you. I just wanted to take the time to say, number one, you were one of the first people that welcomed me here to this work, and so thank you for that. You've always been kind, and I love the intentional way in which you have approached the work. And I just wanted to give the committee an idea of the projects that Commissioner Tonkovich has been a part of since 2017 when she joined. So she was the Art Subject Matter Committee co-chair in 2017. And that year also we participated in the History Social Science adoption through the commission. Then in 2018, became the Arts SMC chair and has been the chair for the last 3 years. Under her time in 2018, we had the science adoption, the art standards adoption, as well as the world languages standards adoption. Then in 2019, the arts framework, and then now in 2020, continuing with the work of the arts framework, and then now, and also had a part in the revisions that we're currently working on. in terms of the mathematics framework. So we do hope that we do see you for in some way, shape, or form for the arts instructional materials adoptions that are coming our way. And I just wanted to express my thanks and appreciation for you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Julie, would you like to speak?
Yes, I don't want to get all weepy. Well, I want to keep it short. You guys really touched me. I was just going to say that I've been, speaking of buckets, Eileen, that was my bucket list to be part of an art standards and framework revision. And it took a long time because there was a big gap between that happened. So I was so happy to get on the IQC. And it was a highlight, thank you, Executive Director Coates, when I got to co-present the framework to the State Board in July. And so it's true, when I joined the IQC, I didn't realize all the different disciplines that I'd be participating in, but boy, I learned a lot and I really enjoyed the last 4 years. And also, speaking of buckets, I pulled this quote. One of my favorite quotes is attributed to poet William Butler Yeats. Education is not filling of a bucket, but the lighting of a fire. And even though I didn't always agree with everyone, I admire and respected all of you for your passion for students and education that you brought to the table. And I've truly been an honor and a pleasure to serve with you all. So I wanted to thank all the commissioners I've worked with over the last 4 years, all the State Board Education liaisons, the CD staff, and also I wanted to mention thank you to Letty Krause, who really pulled together the art standards and framework, made that whole process easier. And I also wanted to wish Cliff good luck on his upcoming retirement. And so I always get weepy with goodbyes. So I'm going to say it's not goodbye, it's see you later. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And so we should all be proud of what we've done today and accomplished. I know personally the ethnic studies has been a 9-year walk for me with various teacher organizations, so I'm very happy. With that, I'd like to thank the commissioners, our State Board liaisons, and members of the public for their participation in our meeting today. The November 18th, 19th meeting of the IQC is now adjourned. Bye-bye.
Great job, everyone.